And we are live. Hello, everyone. You are watching this from different parts of the country and the world, and I appreciate it. And we have some interesting things to talk about again tonight on the annual late night Friday stream. And we have had some interesting conversations the other night with history and the different things like that, with the news also. Thank you all for joining in. Some of you may be seeing it as a replay, and that's okay because many of you will see the different streams at different times that there will be. So what that means is there will be streams that will be, some of them, I always will do the late night streams because people like the late night streams. And also I will do some streams that will be earlier, which I have said that in the past, and it certainly will happen. And as an update, I have been doing stuff with the cats and family, and that has been going well, and I'm fitting in the schedule to have a time earlier in conjunction with this one to have the earlier streams too as well, and the late night streams. Okay, so shout out to all of you, and I'm about to start the game in a moment, and I'll talk about the different topics and things. It'll basically be similar to last night. And here we go. Now I'm going to be launching the game. Here we go. It's connecting. Alright, now it's launching. Alright, so now the game is starting up. So basically, last night was very interesting talking about the different presidents that were assassinated and the motives behind it. And it seems that there's nothing new under the sun with that one. Okay, so here's the game I usually play. I always play. Okay. Alright, here we go. Alright, so we're at Raven's Cove, because in the game, that's where they let me go after the terror that happens when we go into the Seven Seas and cause the mayhem. And yes, so today I was watching one of the trials that was disturbing, and the defendant was found guilty, thankfully, and had a good time with the friends, and also was helping family with some things earlier, and I was in another chat room talking about philosophical things with some people. It was pretty cool. And I enjoyed the conversation last night that we had about the Titanic with the different decks and stuff. And I didn't talk about the sharks last time, but I'll talk about them this time. Seeing who's here. Alright. A couple of different people here. It's good. In the game. Here. Alright, so I think that while I'm waiting for this thing to, okay. Well, I think that basically it's good for people to research and study these things that we were looking into, because the Titanic's a very historical ship, and there's a lot of life lessons that can be learned from it. And basically, with the Titan submersible, and that's another situation that happened where people were going and thinking that they knew more than the experts. Sometimes experts could be wrong, but when you're going down into the depths, it's best for people to know what they're doing. And they didn't really pay attention to that, and the unthinkable happened. So that is a good lesson to be learned from that. Hello, Mary. Good to see you. The temperature on the spaceship is very cold. The aliens like it very cold. And I think, and also the Titanic had, the sister ships. That was interesting that they had the sister ships, and also the submersibles. The James Cameron one was goofy looking, and no, not the James Cameron one. The Stockton Rush one was goofy looking, and James Cameron's submersible very well built. But Stockton Rush had the hot water heater submersible, and just parts from Home Depot. It's not wise. Not at all. No, it didn't. And also, it's good that there's more unity in the country after the attempted assassination of Trump. And hello, Primal. Good to see you, and shout out to Gizmo and you. He says, hello, Mary. Yeah, so Tank is so cool. Tank is so cool. The new tortoise you have. Very, very big. Yeah, it's very big.
I didn't understand that video, what it was about.
It was his new.
Did it have a leash on it?
Yeah. It's very cool. And also, I hope all of you are having a good day, and I hope that your day is going well, Primal. And he said it isn't his. It's not his. Okay. Well, it was nice that he got to visit a new friend. And you did too. I think, always thought, turtles and tortoises were very fascinating. And also, with the Titanic, about the lifeboat situation, and how they didn't have enough for everybody because they thought the ship would look ugly, and it's just that was absurd. And Primal says him and Gizmo are on a trip. Wow, that's cool. That's cool that y'all are on a trip. One time I saw an alligator farm a very long time ago. The video reminded me of that when I saw that. And there's all these different alligators everywhere. It was very interesting. It was on a camp trip.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. I remember the dude that was running the camp. I mean, running the alligator farm. I said something. I'm trying to remember what it was. This was back in 2006. It's kind of a long time ago, and I don't know. I think I made a joke that, can I see him or something? He said I could just throw you right in there. That's funny. Yeah, but he was 85 pounds. Oh yeah. I can imagine. Yeah, and also, as you pointed out, they could live a very long time. I love watching them eat food. It was very cool to show that on the YouTube channel, on your YouTube channel. Very cool. And the presidents that were, nearly deleted, that were deleted in the past, they were being targeted by the same groups that are doing stuff now. It was very, very fascinating. Oh, it was, and I don't really remember. I know it said it was me, but I don't really recall if it was me or somebody else. I don't really, but it was either myself or somebody else. It was a joke. Yeah, it was one of the people that owned the place, but it was a joke. It wasn't anything like threatening. But yeah, so I said it was fun going there. I enjoyed it. Oh yes, the owner was very nice. Absolutely. It was kind of like a zoo, or probably was a zoo. I like going to the zoo. There's all kinds of flamingos there. I have been doing very well. There is some tedious stuff today, and also, yeah, Mary, it sounds like mania. Yes, but basically, what today went very well. A bad person was found guilty, and also I had some good time with friends, and I just got to see my grandparents and help them with something that was kind of very tedious, and, my grandpa wound up fixing the situation, and I'm glad that he got it settled. I was, it was pretty good helping people out and learning new things. Yeah, Mary, it's alligator mania. I'm glad y'all are doing good, Primal. Yeah, and the Titanic, if they would have, as I said, I'll keep saying, if they would have went straight into the boat, into the iceberg, it would have been better than if they were to just go into one. I knocked them out. Facts. Oh, all right. Yeah, the shout out to the West Coast. I see streams about the West Coast. I'm quite familiar with that part. There's, I remember the, I have had some good times on streams about that area. Yeah, and also, I think that it's very good for people to be interested in animals and critters. Remember last night, Kathy, oh, after when you were going to bed, Primal, there was this. I remember Kathy came in and she was saying that the skunks were spraying outside, and maybe they heard a cat or something. Oh yeah, it certainly is great weather for Gizmo. Yes. Over here, it could get into the freezings. Oh, awesome, awesome, cool song. Yeah, it's nighttime on the pirate ship right now. Yes, it is. And earlier, shout out to Kadata. She was asking the about the streams being earlier. I mentioned about that in the beginning. So basically, there's some people that aren't able to see these very late night streams I do. It's been last year was the last time I did a stream that was earlier in the daytime. So I will, which I've always said this, but I certainly do need to do the earlier live streams. And well, I'm always going to do late night live streams. A lot of YouTubers do late night lives, and also I will always do late night lives. I'll also do earlier ones too, and it's just with my helping my family with things and stuff that we're doing. I sometimes was not able to do these earlier streams because when everything's done, it would be like around this time. That's when everything's done. But I'm fitting it because there's a time where I can fit it in and do the earlier ones too. Oh yes, yes, yes. That's cool. He's sleeping, and I understand. It's kind of like that with the cat sometimes. The cat sometimes needs to be like at he'll sleep on his fresh blanket, his blue fresh blanket, and everybody has to be quiet around them. And the pirate ship will not go west. The baby cat sleeping. Yes. It's funny, Primal. Oh yeah, I'm glad that you like that hat. Yeah, it's a very cool hat. Yeah, we have quite a few pets. We have some cats and possums. That the possums aren't inside, but they're like they live in the garage. Yeah, shout out to the possums. Oh, that's cool. That's good. You want to do that, and you will do that one day. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to animals. A lot of pets watch TV. I'd be interesting to know if the tortoise watches TV. And it's interesting the presidents that in the past that were being assassinated, they were assassinated by the anarchist, socialist, the groups, and it's very interesting that they were doing that back then, and they're trying to do that stuff now. Interesting. Oh, Jumanji's a good movie. That's a really good one. Yeah, shout to Robin Williams. Yeah, shout out to Matt in chat. Oh yeah, the one with Kevin Hart in it. That was funny too. I saw that one at my friend's house. I saw it at DeLeon's house. Hey, Sarah. Hey, hey. I'm glad that you're here. And Sarah and Matt, I hope that y'all both had a great day today, and that y'all have, a good weekend coming up. Facts, Sarah. Mary says Robin Williams was brilliant. I remember watching Mork and Mindy. Okay, so Sarah, my day was very good. It was awesome, and the really bad person I didn't even talk about. Oh, Teox was too disturbing. He was found guilty today, and the trial was, it was just a couple of days, and he was found guilty. Also, another thing that I was seeing was I was helping my grandparents with the AC, putting the AC unit in, but putting the window back was kind of confusing, and then he eventually figured it out and got it fixed. And also, it's nice seeing grandparents today. Oh, hey, Jacob. Good to see you. Shout out to Jacob. Yeah, and also, as I was saying before, it's interesting that, like, that it's good that there's more unity in the country, and we should have more unity in the country. It's absolutely, and also, Jacob, hope you're doing well. And I hope that, we continue to have unity and people could see, what's going on. And the dollar is strengthening. So after his Trump's RNC speech, the dollar got stronger, and the other things went down, like gold, silver, and stocks. Everything went down, and the dollar went up because people are having confidence in the country. Yes, yes, Sarah. And also, Sarah was talking to. Also, with. Oh, they said the end's getting better. Oh, that's good. The end's getting better. Awesome. And basically, another situation. I remember that. Earlier there was one of our aliens was concerned about the if there would be any earlier live streams. So some people can't see these late night streams we do. So although I always will do late night streams, I'll also do earlier ones too, as well. And I mentioned this earlier, but since y'all are here, I wanted to mention that to y'all. All right, getting this. Boom. Yeah, and then Mary, she says, I have glasses, and obviously she still can't see. And Sarah says, yeah, I've been at 161. Yeah, shout out to the glasses wearers. I have not worn glasses in many years, but I've worn them before. Yeah, shout out to glasses wearers. I was even nicknamed Harry Potter. Well, that's good, Sarah. I'm glad that you're here. Breakfast stream. That's an idea. Yeah, that's an idea, Matt. Eggs with a side of alien. Green eggs and a side of alien too. If Matt could go in a time machine and he would be the Secret Service for the presidents that were for Garfield and McKinley, and he would have stopped them from doing that to those people, to the presidents. They would know not
Like
to.
the Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah, like the Twilight Zone episode. Yeah. Yeah, facts, facts. A gizmo. Oh, Sarah. Really? On YouTube, I was watching Back to the Future. Because it's free on YouTube. So yeah, I enjoyed the Back to the Future. I liked it. I saw one of them, but I got to see. I saw it before, but I got to see it again. Yes, absolutely. The movie Back to the Future, there's a scene about the advisor was Indian, which is why gigawatts was produce gigawatts. Hilarious. Ah, all right. This. Thank you for mentioning that Primal about Camelot. I was gonna put that in the title, but I forgot. But I was gonna put it in there, but then it slipped my mind again. So basically, Camelot was an enchanting place that was in Wales, and also this is in the 5th century. Gam's here. Oh, we have Gam here. Shout to Gam. So then, basically, with Camelot, it was this enchanting place where they had, it was a kingdom, and King Arthur was there, and he was a young when he was a young boy, he was like kind of like King David and Samuel. So there's Merlin was this magical wizard, and his what she has to do with the story, and his father was a like one of those interdimensional demonic beings that I told you all about, and his mother was a nun, and so he was half human, half fallen angel. But Merlin chose to be back then everybody was Catholic, so he chose to be a Catholic, a Christian, and he renounced the evil side. But he was able to have a magical ability to do certain things that some may seem to not be able to do. So he was able to shapeshift, and he got a lot of ladies, Merlin, and also he was known to have a good time and drink and stuff like that. So yeah, he could shapeshift. He can he could be like a badger. He had his main bird's like an owl, and he could shapeshift into a bird and stuff like that. And then King Arthur was able to, they had the sword and the stone. And also, what happened was King Arthur pulled the sword from the stone, and he was the anointed one, and his sword was called Excalibur. And he had a round table where he had his knights, and they were so the round table means everybody's equal, like a democracy republic. Everybody had equal say. It wasn't like a dictatorship or something, and they all had equal say in it. And it was an enchanted land, sort of similar to Lord of the Rings. That's a good movie to watch. And also, they had his many knights, and also they allude to the Crusades that happened. Like they have, for instance, there's the Green Knight, and he wore all green, and he went to when King Arthur was older. On Christmas, he crashed their Christmas party when they were like eating a Christmas dinner, and he wanted to duel one of the, duel them, and play this game where somebody would chomp off somebody's head. And then eventually, what happened was they had one of the knights would go up and challenge him, and the guy was pretty wild. Like he just walks into this place and he's ready to get his head chopped off by somebody that's willing to fight him. It's like whoever loses gets their head chopped off. So that was pretty interesting. And then it just has the guy and he's holding his head in his hand and he's laughing. So yeah, that was pretty interesting. And also, what I want to do is in a moment I'm going to read you more about it. Yeah, but it's a very interesting story. And eventually, what happened to Camelot, there was this situation where there's this betrayal that happened with Lancelot, and he was supposed to find the Holy Grail, which the Holy Grail has to do with Jesus, the cup that he used in his Last Supper, that they had it, or they were trying to find it. And then what happened was the Lancelot was supposed to find it, but he fell into sin and he fell into doing betrayal things. So Lancelot's kind of like Judas, and he went with, and King Arthur's wife cheated on him, and then King Arthur did some other similar things to that himself, and then Camelot started to fall apart when they let sins, they did more like sinful things. And then this other king came through and ransacked the place, and there's this apocalyptic war that happened, and then the whole thing ended, and it was destroyed. And then there's speculation about it. Was it real? Did it really happen? And there's something called the Library of Alexandria that was destroyed, and all kinds of stuff was there that we don't have access to because it was destroyed. And people didn't have iPhones and computers back then, so it was difficult for people to keep a record of things. And I think that's very likely that it was that this stuff was real, and then they lost the information, or there's small traces of this stuff that they can't. That there's clues about him, and there's that there was a King Arthur. So when the Anglo-Saxons were invading, so these were Germanic people from like southern Scandinavia, which are the English. They were invading Wales and the British lands. So what they did was King Arthur was this king that was fighting against their invasion and the Celtic people to push them back, but they eventually lost this. And Merlin predicted that the Anglo-Saxons would defeat them, and as they say, a house divided against itself will not stand. And what happened was eventually it fell, as I said, and they started fighting each other. It was like a civil war. And it's like Rome. Rome fell, and they betrayed Julius Caesar, and they all of his close friends and Brutus stabbed him in the back. Literally. That's where that comes from. The Odds of March. And Rome fell eventually on itself, and it's like it's similar to Camelot. They strayed away. They did things that were bad, and their society went downhill, and Rome fell. And so, in this country, it seems like a similar situation may be occurring. So that as they say, the Matrix is attacking people. The Matrix has been attacking people for a very long time, and it seems that it's still doing that. And basically, and I am still here just going to be quiet. Okay, Primal. And I'm about to go and pull up some things to read more about this. And I'm going to sail this way. I'll sail over here. I want to tell him in the game that I'm going to end the game early so I can go and read more about this Camelot and stuff like that. I'll give you all a whole thing about it. Absolutely. Et tu, Brute. Facts. And I know y'all are commenting, and I'm going to read it in a moment, but basically, I'm about to dock, so we're going to read more about this situation. And here we go. I'm making my way to Cuba. Whoa, they did some lag. Whoa. Here, shout out to Caesar. Right, I'm going to tell Sam I gotta go. Alright, shout out to all of you. Yeah, cool cars. Alright. I'm going off the game. Now we're going to go pull up Chrome. And we're going to go talk about one of my favorite subjects, Camelot. And I have a lot of shorts on my channel about Camelot and about Merlin. I think that stuff is really cool. And Sarah was the one that suggested. I have a British literature book across from me that I read in high school, and I really loved it a lot, and I enjoy that kind of stuff. So I brought it on YouTube, and Sarah said I should do shorts about it and talk about it more, and I did. And a lot of people saw them and liked them. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. All right, we're gonna go to Camelot right here, right now. And okay. All right, so here we are at Camelot. Green Knight. The Green Knight is was the Grinch disguised. Hilarious. All right, so here we go. We're gonna talk about the whole thing: Merlin, King Arthur, and all that stuff. Camelot is a legendary castle and court associated with King Arthur. Absent in early Arthurian material, Camelot first appeared in 12th century French romances since the Lancelot Grail cycle. Eventually came to be described as a fantastic capital of Arthur's realm and a symbol of the Arthurian world. Medieval texts locate it somewhere in Great Britain and sometimes associated it with the real cities, though more usual in its precise location is not revealed. Most scholars regard it as being entirely fictional. It's unspecified geographically because perfect for chivalric romance writers. Nevertheless, arguments about the location of the real Camelot have occurred since the 15th century and continue to today in popular works and tourism purposes. I didn't know that, Mary. Very interesting. Yeah, that's a synchronicity right there, Matt. That's a synchronicity. Like a synchronicity is like, say, I'm thinking of a vase, and I go to a store, and all the vases are on sale. You know, or I'm thinking of a certain owl I see, and it reminds me of Merlin's owl, and then I go on YouTube and look at some things and see someone with a picture of the same owl that I was thinking about. Like, it means that you're on the right track, and it's a sign of confirmation of what's going on. Also, also, Jacob, this in this situation, the this didn't have to do with the Catholic Church. It had to do with people straying away from God and falling into sinful activity in this situation. But you're talking about, I'm talking about the fall of Camelot. You're saying that the Catholic Church Rome fault. If you're talking about, are they hiding information about it? I think it's possible that there's stuff they could be hiding. That's what I always assume, that they're hiding information, because when something's like clearly real and they say it's not, I get kind of like suspicious with my tinfoil hat on. You know, like, I do think that this was likely a real scenario. Either the information was lost or they may be concealing it. Oh, Matt, I remember the girlfriend I had back at school, the ex. She was saying that the type of bird I would be is an owl. So there you go. You know, another synchronicity, because I am an owl low key. Nowadays, that's called algorithm. Yes, Gam. Yeah, the algorithm. Yes. And the name's derivation is uncertain. It has numerous different spellings in medieval French. Arthurian romances include Cam Alut, Cam Alat, Shalmalat, Shamay Helut, sometimes read as Sham Kam Shelut, Kam Aluth, Cam Alut, etc. Very different spellings of it. Also, and Arthurian's scholar Ernest Berger suggested that it was a corruption of the site of Arthur's final battle. The Battle of Cam Alan. In Welsh tradition, Roger Sherman Loomis believed it was derived from Cav Alion, a place name that he suggested was corruption of Avalon, under the influence of the Breton place name Cav Alon. He further suggested that Cavalon became Arthur's capital due to the confusion with Arthur's other tradition court at Caer Leon. Alright. Hey De Leon, welcome. And Cynthia, welcome. Also, basically, in De Leon, I'm doing good. I was having a good day today, and I had a good time, and I was helping family with some things, and now I'm doing this. So, I'm glad that you're able to join us. And we have he said, you should look up Tortoise Ancestor. Yes. I will do that, yes. Others have suggested a derivation from the British Iron Age and Romano-British place name of Camulodium, one of the first capitals of Roman Britain. So another thing about Camelot, it was part of Rome because Britain was part of the Roman Empire at that time, so it was like a state of Rome. And which have significant Romano culture. John Morris, the English historian who specialized in the study of institutions of the Roman Empire and the history of sub-Roman Britain, suggested in his book The Age of Arthur as the Descendants of Romanized Britons, looked back to a golden age of peace and prosperity under Rome. The Camelot of Arthurian legend may have referred to the capital of Britannia in Roman times. It is unclear, however, where Cretin de Troyes would have encountered the name Camalodium. So, yeah, so this is some information about Camelot. So, and this is in medieval literature. And after I read this little part, I'm going to go to the part about. So we're talking about the Camelot, and then we're going to talk about more about King Arthur and Merlin. Arthur's court at Camelot is mentioned for the first time in the poem Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart, dating to the 1170s, though it does not appear in all manuscripts. And the C manuscript, Paris National Museum in France, in 794, the year, which might in fact contain the proper reading of Cretin's original text. Instead, the place name there is Old French phrase "Lou plot," meaning he has as he pleased. Other manuscripts spell the name in variously as Shamalot in various spellings like that. And it says, King Arthur one Ascension Day had left Caerleon and held a most magnificent court at Camelot with all the splendor appropriate to the day. That's funny, Matt. And nothing in the poem suggests the level of importance Camelot would have in later romances. For Cretin, Arthur's chief court was in Caerleon in Wales. This was the king's primary base of Gorfy of Mouths. He was the one that documented King Arthur and Merlin. So he was a Catholic historian at that time, and he was the one that documented King Arthur. In subsequent literature, it depicts Arthur like a typical medieval monarch holding court at a number of cities and castles. Gam says, and here I thought Camelot is where you could buy hoofed mammals in the deserts in Middle East. Who knew? Sarah says, Alien, sometime listen to old Genesis with Peter Gabriel, like musical box selling England by the pond. You would like that. Thank you, Sarah. I will look into that. All right. So, and because they had a government system there, and democracy and republic and all that comes from the Greek and the Romans. It came from them, and they had senators. All that stuff originates in the Mediterranean, and a lot of our government buildings are from like Roman type architecture also. So that is, where all that started. It came from the Mediterranean and expanded into the Germanic countries, the Germanic parts of Europe, and the northern parts of Europe. Because those people were originally like people that were in woodlands, and they lived in like little wooden structures and stuff like that. And like the Viking series is an accurate depiction about how a lot of Germanic people were, but the Vikings are kind of back like in another time period, so they wouldn't raided England when it was more advanced. But like they were kind of back in the past, and they eventually became Christian and went away from paganism and stuff like that. Okay, Matt, thank you. And also, we're going to go to this other one. We're going to look at King Arthur. King Arthur, according to legends, was a king of Britain. He is a folk hero and central figure in medieval literature, tradition known as the Matter of Britain. In Welsh sources, Arthur is portrayed as a leader of the post-Roman Britons in battles against the Anglo-Saxons in the late 5th century and early 6th century. He first appears in two early medieval historical sources, the Annales Cambriae and Historia Britannium. But these date to 300 years after his supposed life, and most historians who study the period do not consider him a historical figure. His name also occurs in early Welsh poetic sources as a character depicted through Welsh mythology, appearing either as a great warrior defending Britain from human and supernatural enemies, or magical figure of folklore sometimes associated with Welsh, other word, Anwen. Yeah, she's not here at the moment. Mary had to go do something. She's not here at the moment, but I'll let her know he said bye. Traditionally, it was generally accepted Arthur was a historical person, originally an ancient British war commander, and at least from the early 12th century king There was, however, much discussion regarding his various deeds, and contemporary scholars and clerks generally refuted the popular medieval belief in his extreme long activity and future return. From the 8th century onward, there has been academic debate about to what degree there is a degree of historicity around Arthur. The consensus today being that if there was any possible historic figure behind the many Arthurian legends, he would have been completely different from the betrayal in the legends. And also, here he is right here, a depiction of him going into battle. All right, we are going to be continuing. And the legendary author developed as a figure of international interest largely through the popularity of Gorfy of Monmouth's fanciful and imaginative 12th century Historia of Britain, the Kings of Britain. Gorfy depicted Arthur as the king of Britain who against the Saxons, defeated the Saxons and established a vast empire. Many elements and incidents that are now an integral part of Arthurian story appears in Gorfy's Historia, including Arthur's father, Uther Pendragon, the magician Merlin, Arthur's wife, Guinevere, uh, the sword Excalibur, Arthur's conception at Tintagel, his final battle against Mordred at Camlan, and final rest in Avalon. The 12th century French writer Torres, who added Lancelot and the Holy Grail to the story, began the genre of Arthurian romance and became a significant strand of medieval literature. In these French stories, the narrative focus often shifts from King Arthur himself to characters such as various of the Knights of the Round Table and themes like that in the Middle Ages. Yes, Sarah, exactly. They still diss his existence. It's like a cancel culture. The Matrix is still attacking. So Camelot was like, why, the capital of his kingdom, and also it's used as a generalization as well of the whole region. And there's the history of the ninth century, Latin historical compilation attributed in some late manuscripts to a Welsh clerk, Ninus, contains the first debate mention of King Arthur. Listening 12 battles that Arthur fought. These accumulate the Battle of Bandon, where he is said to have single handedly deleted 960 men. Recent studies question the reliability of the Historia Britannicum. Archaeological evidence of the Low Countries and what was to be known and become England shows earlier Anglo-Saxons and their migration to Britain, reversed between 500 and 550, which concurs with Frankish chronicles. John Davis notes that as consistent with the British victory at Bandon Hill, a tribute to King Arthur by Ninus. The monks of Gasbury are also said to have discovered the grave of King Arthur in 1180. Yes, Cynthia, that's also true. Yes. You know, in 1180 was a long time ago. That it's like 1,000 years ago. And other t- and the other text seems to support the case for Arthur's historical existence in the 10th century. Annales Cambriae, which also link Arthur with the Battle of Bandon. The Annales date this battle to 516 to 518, and also mention the Battle of Camelaine, in which Arthur, Medrat, Morden were both deleted, dated to 537 to 539. These details have often been used to bolster confidence in Historia, according to the confirmed Arthur really did fight at the battle. Problems have been identified, however, with using this source to support Historia Britannium's account. The last research shows that Annales Cambria was based on a chronicle began 18th century in Wales. This is the supposed gravesite of King Arthur. That this was the site, but he was removed from here, but that was one of the grave sites he was at. Andrew Breeze argues that Arthur was a historical character who fought other Britons in the area of the future border between England and Scotland, and claims to have identified the locations of the battles as well as the place and date of his deletion. In context, extreme weather events of 535 and 536, but his conclusions are disputed. Other scholars have questioned his findings, which they consider are based on coincidental resemblances between place name Nichols, Hyman, comments that is difficult to justify identifying Arthur as the leader in the northern battles listed in Historia Britannium, while rejecting the implication of the same work that they were fought against Anglo-Saxons and that there is no textual justification for separating Bandon from other battles. Several historical figures have been proposed as basis for Arthurian legend to be him, ranging from Lucas Castus, a Roman officer who served in Britain, and sort of like with other things and conspiracy theories, how they say it's something but it's not, and they have a combination of these different Welsh kings that they think could be him. The origin of the Welsh name Arthur remains a matter of debate. Most widely accepted etymology derived from Roman family name Artorius. Artorius itself of the obstructure and consisted etymology linguist Stephen Zimmer suggests Artius possibly had Celtic origin, being a Latinization of the hypothetical name Art Aetios, in turn derived from an older patrium meaning son, bear warrior king. This patrium is unleashed root of Artur, which means bear warrior king. Hey, SE. Good to see you, bro. I was thinking about you. And this is an illustration of King Arthur. Hello, Primal. Good to see you. All right. Go. That author, and there's the theory that author never died but is awaiting his return at some remote spot, often sleeping in a central motif connected to Arthurian legends. Before the 12th century, there are, as reference, the absence of a grave for Arthur suggests that he was considered not dead but immortal, but there is no indication that he was expected to return in this poem. From the early 12th century onward, several sources report a popular belief the return of King Arthur, although most often critically and mockingly presented. His future return is first mentioned in William Masbury 1125, but King Arthur's grave is nowhere seen, whence a quantity of fables since that day he will return. This is when King Arthur was on his deletion bed. That is the historian, a Catholic clerk from Wales, and he's the one that documented King Arthur. Okay, Primal. Primal, thank you for coming, and see you on the next one. All right, here we go. The earliest literary reference to Arthur comes from Welsh and Breton sources. There have been a few attempts to define the nature and character of Arthur, the pre Galferdian tradition as a whole, rather than a single text story type. A 2007 academic survey led by Calton Green has identified the three strands to portrayal of Arthur. In the earliest material, the first is that he was peerless warrior who functioned as a monster hunting protector of Britain from all internal and external threats. Some of these are human threats, such as Saxons. He fights in Historia, Rutinium, but the majority are supernatural, including giant cat monsters, destructive divine boars, dragons, dogheads, giants, witches. The second is that and remember, Sarah, as we talked about before, these supernatural beings are like those, like from the Bible, they talk about the Nephilim and those fallen angel creatures that the fallen angels created, and also the like those experiments those alien type beings did. So it talks about those things in this, and in the modern time, we have now more information that there are a lot of supernatural things going on. You could see UFOs and see all kinds of, people could see ghost sightings and stuff. With the technology we have now, we could document these things better. And with archaeology, we could, find giants and giant skeletons and stuff like that. Oh yeah, Cynthia, I know you do, and I also do as well. And Yeah, so that's very interesting that it concurs with these things. The second is that pre Galfordian Arthur was a figure of folklore, particularly topographic, onomastic folklore, and localized magical wonder tales. The leader of the band of superhuman heroes who lived in the wilds of the landscape. The third and final strand in the early Welsh Arthur had a close connection with Welsh otherworld Anwen. On the other hand, he launches and assaults on otherworldly fortresses in search of treasure and frees their prisoners. On the other warband in the earliest sources includes former pagan gods, and his wife and his possessions are clearly otherworldly origin. Yes, Sarah, I can see that as being a cat type monster. I could see that absolutely. And also, the giants would be the Nephilim. The Nephilim is from the Bible. Also, the dog heads. A character having a head of a canine, typically of a dog or jackal, but it's like a human. So that could have been mistaken for that as well. One of the most famous Welsh poetic references to Arthur comes from the collection of historic death songs known as Y Gododin, attributed to the 6th century and Arian. Cynthia, the Nephilim, the giants that the fallen angels and humans created. So, like the fallen sons of God, the Watchers. So there's Satan and the fallen angels. Then there's this other group called the Watchers, which is with this other group of angel type beings, and they fell later when they went with Earth women, and they created hybrids called the Nephilim. Like Goliath from King David's story was a Nephilim, and God had the great flood to wipe them out. And also, they created other creatures too with animals and with fish. They created with different species as well. So this is where, in conspiracy theory land, where these mythological creatures originated from those things. So, and like, say there's a theory that the dinosaurs were created by them, and that's why God wiped them out in the flood, because He did not create those things. And that's what they were wiped out with an asteroid, I mean a meteor, and the asteroid and meteor may have that mixed up. Y'all could correct me on that one, but basically they weren't destroyed in the Great Flood, but other things are destroyed in the Great Flood. But the dinosaurs being wiped out, that could have to do with the fallen angels creating those things. That's a theory that I've heard about them. Yeah. So, and then after the flood and these things that happened, they eventually, some of these creatures survived. They went into the mountains and these different places. And in our modern time, that's where you get these conspiracy theories about these different creatures being sighted. Now, I have seen something that the Great Flood wiped out dinosaurs too, and you could see archaeological evidence for this, where a lot of the sentiment layers in the ground, you can see that in this one area where this flood allegedly took place, which is documented in the old world, that all these things are wiped out at the same time through a flood. And that's where a lot of the oil and stuff comes from the Gulf and other parts of the world, that it came from those dinosaurs and those other creatures that were wiped out. And that could be an interesting debate topic for people to have about that. So those are some different theories that I've seen about this topic. All right. So one stanza praises the bravery of a warrior who slew 300 enemies, but says that despite this, he was no Arthur, that his feats cannot compare to the valor of Arthur. And Godin is known only from a 13th century manuscript, so it's impossible to determine whether this passage is originally or latter interpretation, but John Cook's view the passage dates from the 7th century or earlier version regard an unproven 9th to 10th century dates often proposed for it. Several poems attributed Taliesin, a poet said to have lived in the 6th century, also referred to Arthur, although these are all probably date from between the 8th and 12th century. They include Kadir Tirionon, the chair of prince, which refers to Arthur the Blessed, the spoils of Anwen, which recounts an expedition of Arthur to the other world in Mer Wantan, the dragon. Yes, that's true, Jacob. Yes. And also, when I was a young toddler, I had red hair when I was very little. I have red hair on both sides. And as I got older, it got darker. In the sun, you could see some highlights, but yes, as I had that when I was very little. And that area has a lot of red haired people, and you're right, the Nephilim were depicted as having red hair. Yes. Which refers to Arthur's valor and is suggestive of a father-son relationship of Arthur and Uther and predates Goriphy, my mouth. Yes, SU did, yes. And also, Cynthia, there's a story, Anglo-Saxon story, about the situation with Beowulf. I believe maybe you've heard of that one. I don't know if you did. And Beowulf was this Anglo-Saxon warrior, and they're in Denmark. It's before the English went over to the island of Britain, and he was fighting this Grendel, which was a giant monster person, and that was like an example of the Nephilim that escaped into the mountains because a few of them survived the Great Flood. Very few of them. And then there's and also they talk about in Beowulf Christianity and how the Anglo-Saxons were, they considered the god of the Romans, Jesus, over their pagan gods to help them with that task. Because at that time, it was before Christianity was really set in stone, but people were going more towards Christianity. And that's when it was fresh and new in Europe. This was closer to the time after Christ's ascension, a couple of centuries after it, when Christianity was going from Rome into Europe. This takes the form of a dialogue between Arthur and a gatekeeper of a fortress he wishes to enter, in which Arthur recounts the names and deeds of himself and his men, notably Kay and Beduvre. The Welsh prose tale Coolwich in Olwen in the year 1100. So that was 1,100 years after Jesus. Yes, old poem, yes. Including the modern Mab in Ogyan collection, has a much longer list of more than 200 Arthur's men through CI and Bedwire. Again, take a central place. The story as a whole tells of Arthur helping his kinsman Coolwich win at the hand of Olwen, daughter of, this is an interesting word, Weisbadenen. These old Anglo-Saxon, this is old Celtic probably, but these ancient words are interesting. Very different than our words. Chief giant by completing a series of apparently impossible tasks, including the hunt for the great semi divine boar, Torch Twythe, the 19th century Historia of Britannium, also refers to a tale in which the boar, they're named Troy. Finally, Arthur is mentioned numerous times in the Welsh Triads, a collection of short summaries of Welsh tradition and legend, which are classified into groups of three linked characters or episodes to assist recall the later manuscripts of the Triads are partly derivative from Gorphy of Monmouth and later continental traditions. But the earliest ones show no such influence and are usually agreed to refer to pre-existing Welsh traditions. Even in these, however, Arthur's court has started to embody legendary Britain as a whole, with Arthur's court sometimes substituted for the island of Britain, the formula 3 X's of the island of Britain. Well, not clear from Historia Britannium in the An Ellis Cambriae, Arthur was even considered a king by the time of Colwich and Olwen, and the Triads were written. He had become a chief of the lords of his island. And the word in the ancient language this is what these words are: pen et t rended, yer yen is han. It's these vowels, putting them together, they're very interesting. The overlord of Wales, Cornwall, in the north. In addition to these pre-Galferdian Welsh poems and tales, Arthur appears in some other early Latin texts besides the Historia Britannium. The An Alice Cambriae, in particular, Arthur features a number of well-known vitae of poems, Roman saints. None are now generally considered to be reliable historical sources. The earliest probable dates from the 11th century, according to life of the Saint Gildas, written in the early 12th century, Car Adoc of Llancarfan. Arthur is said to have killed Gildas' brother Hywel and have recused his wife Gwenhwyfar from Glastonbury. The Saint Cadoc, written around 1100 or a little before the Lofers Llancarfan, the saint gives protection to a man who deleted 3 of Arthur's soldiers, and Arthur demands a herd of cattle, Gwergold, for his men. Caradoc delivers them as demanded, but when Arthur takes possession of the animals, they turn into bundles of ferns. Similar incidences are described in the medieval biographies of Caranog Padarn and Elflam, probably written around the 12th century. A less obviously legendary accounts of Arthur appears in Legendia Sakati Navi, which is often claimed the date of the early 11th century, although the earliest manuscript of this text dates from 15th century, and the text is now dated to the 12th and early 13th century. Also important are the references to Arthur and William Malmesbury's De Getis Remgum Algrum, which together provide the first certain evidence for a belief that Arthur was not actually deleted and would at some point return, a theme often revisited in post-Garfordian folklore. This next part has to do with Gorify, and he's the one that documented it and the way we have it now. So that was Arthur's like documentation from historical sources from a very long time ago, and this other one was the most I'm about to read was the most recent one that shaped it to how it is now. Gorify of Monmouth's Historia Regum Britanniae, completed 1138, contains the first narrative accounts of Arthur's life. This work is imaginative and fanciful accounts of British kings, from legendary Trojan exile Brutus to the 7th century Welsh king Cadwalder. Gorify places Arthur in the same post-Roman period as do the Historia Britannium and the Annales Cambriae. So two sources concur with what this guy was saying. Like, they all were in agreement with each other. And you know, as I said, the 1100s, that was a very long time ago. When this stuff, like, the 5th century was before the religion Islam was created. Hey DJ, good to see you. So it's like that's giving an idea how old this King Arthur was around. According to Gorify's tale, Arthur was a descendant of Constantine the Great. I did not know that. That would make sense. He would be connected to Rome somehow, because Britain was like was a state of Rome, and it was Catholic at one point, and because all Europe was Catholic at one point, and so basically, you know, he was a descendant of Constantine the Great. He incorporated Arthur's father, Uther Pendragon, his magician advisor, Merlin. Merlin is his mentor. And the story of Arthur's conception, in which Uther disguised as his enemy, Gorlius, by Merlin's magic sleeps, with Gorlius's wife, Igrna, at the tent Agile, and she conceives Arthur. On Uther's deletion, the 15-year-old Arthur succeeds him as king of Britain. Kind of like the King Tut of Egypt. Arthur was very young when he became king. He succeeded him as king of Britain and fights a series of battles similar to those in Historia Britannium, culminating the Battle of Bath. He then defeats the Picts and the Scots. Sarah says 5th century, not too long after Yeshua's ascension. Imagine Roman Catholics busy maintaining and finding historical docs. Oh yeah, absolutely. It was a very intriguing time indeed. Absolutely. So, and you see, the Celtic people are all having wars with each other before the Anglo-Saxons even got there. Similar how, let's say, like the Indians here In America, we're fighting each other before the Americans even got here. The Celtic people were fighting each other before the English got there in the Celtic lands. He then defeats the Picts and the Scots before creating the Arthurian Empire through his conquests of Ireland, Iceland, Orkney Islands. So this man took over the whole island of the United Kingdom. He took over the whole United Kingdom. Then this man takes Iceland. He's like, Iceland, you know, you're next, buddy. It's like, I see you, Iceland. By the way, Orkney ponies are so cute. And the Shetland ponies are so cute. Beautiful. Peach has some of those on her farm. So, before creating the Arthurian Empire through his conquest of Ireland, Iceland, and Orkney Islands, after 12 years of peace, Arthur sets out to expand his empire once more, taking control of Norway, Denmark, and Gaul. Whoa, this man was like, they would have accused him of being like Russia, probably, nowadays. That's what they would have accused him of doing. So this man took Norway, Denmark, and Gaul. Gaul is still held by the Roman Empire. When it is conquered, Arthur's victory leads to further confrontation with Rome. No, confrontation with Rome. So the Romans are seeing King Arthur take over all these lands, and they're having uneasiness about him. Because, Rome wants to keep everything together. So he was like, yes, a busy time indeed. So he was basically trying to take over all this stuff and make his own empire. And then they went and trying to take him out. So as I said, it's kind of like, in their sense, he's like, so Arthur was like their Trump. And how basically the Romans didn't like him, and they were trying to have it in for him. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Romans had something to do, if, basically the fall of Camelot, if they had something to do with it. Sort of like a Matrix attack. Yeah, they want to cancel him. And then Rome. Arthur and his warriors, including Caius, K, and Bed Bervere, and Gawain, defeat the Roman Emperor Lucas Tiberius. Whoa, they defeated Tiberius Caesar. Whoa. Man, and also, you gotta remember, King Arthur had this supernatural dude, Merlin. So Merlin was like his guardian angel, also. Because he was half angel. He was half demon, technically, but he became a Catholic. His mother was a nun, and with Merlin, so the story about him, his mother was a nun, and his father was one of those demonic entities, those interdimensional entities, the Watchers, and created him, and he was supposed to be the Antichrist, but he chose to be a Catholic and devote his life to Jesus. And then he met King Arthur when he was a little kid, and he mentored him, and he, with his abilities, he went and guided him and helped him with victory. So I do believe, saying this was a real historical figure, that basically God blessed King Arthur with victory over his enemies. And that's why he defeated all these, people. Yeah, the Nephilim, yes. Arthur hears that his nephew, Mordred, whom he had left in charge of Britain, has married his wife, Guinevere. And basically, this is the situation that caused the downfall of Rome, of Camelot. I'll read it again. So, defeat the Roman Emperor Lucas Tiberius in Gaul, but as he prepares to march on Rome, Arthur hears that his nephew Mordrian, which also I've heard that was his son. So there's some sources say it's his son, other sources say it's his nephew, whom he had left in charge of Britain, had married his wife. So he did adultery with his wife. So his wife betrayed King Arthur, and this his relative, it seems like, no, basically in charge married his wife. Wait, I think I might be getting some things mixed up here. I'm going to read that again. Here's his nephew, whom he had left in charge, had married his wife, and seized the throne. Arthur returns to Britain and defeats and kills. I got the stories mixed up for a second. That was something else. So the fall of Camelot had to do with when Lancelot, his knight, betrayed him and went with his wife, and then Camelot fell. And they had a civil war, and some kings came in and destroyed the whole thing. But this situation is before that. This is when Arthur was about to march to Rome, and then this other guy marries his wife, and then seizes the throne, and then Arthur has to return to Britain and defeats and kills his nephew. So this was not his son, it was his nephew. Alright, so there's a little bit of mix-up. Sometimes these names are very similar, so it caused me to get mixed up sometimes. Yes, he was close to his human side of Merlin throne. And then Britain and defeats and deletes Mordius on the river of Camblam in Cornwall. But he is mortally wounded. He hands the crown of kinsman to Constantine and is taken to the Isle of Avalon to be healed of his wounds, never to be seen again. And also, basically, what happened was, he was about to go to, he was about to go to Rome and take over Rome. Then this thing happens, and he has to go back home. See, it's like he was canceled. The Matrix attacked him. So it's like the Romans must have thought he was going to wipe them out. Similar to what happens now in politics with what they do to Trump. How they did all that stuff against him and tried to take him out because they didn't want him to get to the White House, and the White House is Rome. As I said, it's like this seems like a very realistic story. It doesn't seem like a fictional thing. It seems like a historical thing. That's why I always like to read these things, because they say it's not real, it didn't happen, but I want to read it anyway. Let's see what the truth is. And none of these characters were fictional. Like there was Caesar. There was these wars and conflicts that happened. Yeah, it's the same old tactics. Absolutely. The Matrix attacked King Arthur in Camelot, big time. Because what happened was his own son betrayed him, and he wanted to take over the kingdom. And then Lancelot he's like a lot like Judas. He goes and does adultery with his wife, and King Arthur did something, with his sister and had a kid, he wasn't supposed to do that. And so sins start to creep in, and degeneracy and stuff like that. And then these other kings came in and wiped them out and burned the whole place to the ground and destroyed everything. And he was deleted. And you know how sick that is for his own relative to do that to him? And, and it's, as I said, it mirrors what happens now. How they tried to take over, and he was basically, in effect, assassinated, King Arthur. He was successfully assassinated. Because, like with Tai Lopez, the entrepreneur was saying, like, you're like an emperor, you're at the top, everybody's going to try to take you out. Because everybody wants to be at that spot. So, all this stuff happened, the Matrix attacked him. So the Matrix was attacking people all back in this time. The same old tactics. Like with the Library of Alexandria, we don't know what was in it. All this stuff was lost. And it's like, people were talking about Camelot, that they can't find anything from it. But it's like they can't find anything from it because all the stuff was destroyed. Well, I know, DJ. I know. I agree with you. But you see, and then he he then repented, of course, from what he did. But yeah, it just, and that was the downward spiral of everything. But and that's why it's good. Another lesson from this, DJ, is that none of us are perfect, and we all can make mistakes. Like, we have to be aware and to not fall into the temptations and things like that. And basically, we have to be careful because there's forces of darkness that want to destroy and corrupt this testimony. But King Arthur did repent. Okay, he did repent. And also, Sarah says, DJ, there is history, families keeping it in their families so wealth wouldn't disappear. And that may have been another factor. You got to remember, DJ. Thank you, Sarah, for bringing that up because I should know this because I'm in the royal families and stuff like that. And also going back to Egypt, the royalty would marry their half siblings, and it was his half sister, by the way. They would marry their half siblings, and would marry their relatives to keep the money and the wealth in the family, and to keep their bloodlines royal. But the thing was, he was already with someone, so it was kind of an adultery thing. But back at that time, they did stuff like that. But I taught it before. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, shout out to Sarah for being the helper and bringing the information to light. Yeah, so that is basically the situation that occurred. But the big thing that happened was the betrayal. The big thing that caused the downfall of Camelot was Lancelot going with King Arthur's wife, and then him being so focused on that, all these bad people came through, and these kings came through and wiped the whole thing out. He has his nephew trying to go at his throat, and I believe Rome wanted him deleted. Rome wanted Camelot destroyed because it was too powerful, and he was deleted. And he was taken to Avalon, which I don't know if that's some interdimensional place. It kind of reminds me of Atlantis. Like, we don't know exactly what that is, but that has to be like their version of Valhalla or heaven. It's like some other realm. And he pulled a sword from the he pulled Excalibur from the stone. He knew this wizard. He took over all these lands, and he could have everybody he wanted. But Pete, that he had haters, and the Matrix attacked him. So that's something, a thing about this, with different influencers. Yeah, DJ, I understand. It is cringe. I understand, bro. But so basically, what happened was in this situation, the Matrix, because we talk about influencers and with Trump and stuff, that the Matrix is attacking people and the cancel culture, but that happened in this time period. So it's nothing new. It's nothing new. And if this is a fake story, if this is just fiction, these people took a time machine and they went in the future. And there wasn't back then, and this is a defense for scripture being legitimate, is that back in the time periods of the past, the people didn't have the internet or telegrams, and I'm sure the birds that sent messages to people may have been kind of slow, or not there at all. They may have been still in training. So basically, for the scripture to be all these different people across the Middle East and the old world to concur with each other had to have been a gift from God that they all preserved the scriptures. In this situation, there is no internet. There is no things where you would know this person, that person said. There's libraries and documentations of things, but it wasn't the scale we had now. And for all these writers and historians before Gorfy to record this accurately, and considering the supernatural things that we've seen in modern times, this was a very well put together story if it's fiction, because it sounds like this was in a real event, in my opinion. So continuing. How much of this narrative was Geoffrey's own invention is open debate. Amen, Sarah. Amen. How much of this narrative was Geoffrey's own invention is open for debate. He seems to have made use of the list of Arthur's 12 battles against the Saxons found in 9th century Historia Britannicum, along with the Battle of Camelaine from Annales Cambria, and the idea that Arthur was still alive. Arthur's status of the king of all of Britain seems to be borrowed from pre-Glad-Urian tradition being found in Cull, Witch, and Ulwin and Welsh triads in the saints' lives. Exactly, Sarah. Exactly, Sarah. Another thing that I'll add, Gorfy was a religious man. He was Catholic. And Scripture says to not lie. So, to not tell a lie, so it would be less likely for him to make this up. Because he'll be contradicting his religion if he made this up. So he was telling the truth. And I'll explain something else to y'all. There's something called folk traditions. I learned this in school. And folk tales. And folk ballads. Stuff that's orally passed down to generation. So I think what happened was Gorfy heard the tales of King Arthur and Merlin growing up. And it was well known at his time period about King Arthur and Merlin. And he just wrote down what people at that time and what he was taught about the situation to document it, in my opinion. Now we have iPhones and computers and cameras and smartphones for the past few hundred years now. But back in the 1700s, they didn't even have cameras or any of these kind of devices we have, these gizmos we have now. They didn't have that back then. All the way back in the 1600s and 1500s even. So, people wrote things down, they spoke orally to people about stuff. So if they had iPhones and they had computers back then, I'm sure we would know for sure about what was really going on, and perhaps we'd be surprised about what we would see. Finally, Gorfy borrowed many of the names for Arthur's possessions, close family, and companions from pre-Glad-Ifridian Welsh tradition, including Kessie, Beldwer, Gwen, Hwyfar, and Uther, and perhaps Clad for Witch. The latter became Excalibur, which is the sword that he had. And subsequent Arthurian traditions. However, while names, key events, and titles may have been borrowed, Lee Roberts has argued that the Arthurian section is Gorfy's literary creation and it owes nothing to the prior narratives. Gorfy makes the Welsh Medrot into a villainous Medrius, but there is no trace of such negative character for this figure, and Welsh sources makes the Welsh Medrot into the villainous Modrius, but there is no trace of such negative character for this figure in Welsh sources until the 16th century. There have been relatively few modern attempts to challenge the notion that Historia Regum Britanniae is primarily Gorfy's own work, with scholarly opinion often echoing William of Berga, Newburgh, late 12th century comment that Gorfy made up his narrative perhaps through an inordinate love of lying. Gorfy Ashe is one of the dissenter from the view, believing Gorfy's narrative is partially derived from lost sources telling the deeds of the 5th century British king. Like I said before, it was this stuff that he heard in his time. But they're saying it's a king named Rotimius, the first figure being the original Arthur, although historians and Celticists have been reluctant to follow Ashe in his conclusions. During the ongoing conquest of Wales by Edward I, he attempted to make King Arthur a fundamentally English character and hero. The completion of the conquest was one of the factors that shifted storytellers away from the Welsh roots of the original tales. The popularity of Gorfy's Historia and its derivative works, such as Wallace's Roman de Brute, gave rise to significant numbers of new Arthurian works in continental Europe during the 12th and 13th century, particularly in France. It was not, however, the only Arthurian influence on developing matters of Britain. There is a clever evidence that Arthur and Arthurian tales were familiar on the continent before Gorfy's work became widely known. See, for example, Maud Ina, Archivolt, and the Celtic names and stories not found in Gorfy's Historia appear in Arthurian romances. From the perspective of Arthur, perhaps the most significant effect of this great outpouring of new Arthurian stories was on the role of the king himself. Much of the 12th century and later Arthurian literature centers less on Arthur himself than on the character of Lancelot, Guinevere, Percival, Galahad, Gawain, and Yawen, and Tristan, Synchronicity, and Iseult. Whereas Arthur is very much at the center of the pre-Galferdian material in Gorfy's Historia itself and the romances, he is rapidly sidelined. You see, and they didn't go after and attack some townsman or somebody that's just like chilling somewhere in Camelot. They went after the king of Camelot. You know, you have to notice that's who they go after. Yes. Yes. Yeah, DJ. Yeah, facts. Facts. Gorfy is a great, fiercest warrior. who laughs as he personally slaughters witches and giants, takes a lead in all of military campaigns. It's about so basically pre-material in Gorfy's Historia itself, the romances he rapidly sidelined. His character also alters significantly in both the earliest materials. In Gorfy, he is a great and fierce warrior who laughs as he personally slaughters witches, giants, and takes a leading role in military campaigns. Whereas in the continental romances, he becomes the Rio Fenton, the do nothing king, whose inactivity and acquiescence constituted a central flaw in otherwise ideal society. Arthur's role in these works is frequently that of wise, dignified, even tempered, somewhat bland, and occasionally feeble monarch. He simply turns pale and silent, where he learns Lancelot's affair to Guinevere, and Mort's Arthur whilst the Uvine, the Knights of Lion. He is unable to stay awake after the feast and has to retire for a nap. None of the less, Norris J. Lancey has observed whatever his faults and fragilities may be in these Arthurian romances, his prestige is never or almost never compromised by his personal weaknesses. His authority and glory remain intact. Alright, this is the famous depiction. This is King Arthur pulling the sword from the stone. Arthur and his reunite in his retinue appear in some of the lice of Marie de France. Retinue, France, but it was the work of another French poet, Troyes, that had the greatest influence with regard to development of Arthur's character and legend. Crétin wrote the 5 Arthurian romances between 1170 and 1190. Eric Allende and Clegis and Clegay, rather, are tales of courtly love with Arthur's court as their backdrop, demonstrating the shift away from the heroic world of the Welsh and Galfordian Arthur. While Yvain, the Knight of the Lion, features Yvain and Gawain in a supernatural adventure with Arthur very much on the sidelines and weakened. However, the most significant for development of the Arthurian legend of Lancelot and King Lancelot the Knight of the Cart, which introduces Lancelot and his adulterous relationship with Arthur's queen Guinevere, extending and popularizing the reoccurring theme and poor King Arthur. And this is going to be graphic word for everybody, so that's on the record. All right. So the reoccurring theme of Arthur as a cuckold, and Percival, the story of the Grail, which introduces the Holy Grail and the Fisher King, which again sees Arthur having much reduced role. Cretin was thus instrumental both in elaboration in Arthurian legend and in establishment of ideal from the diffusion of the legend and much of what came after him in terms of the betrayal of Arthur and his world built upon the foundations he had laid. Percival, although unfinished, was particularly popular. Four separate continuations of the poem appeared over the next half century, with the notion that the Grail and the quest being developed by other writers such as Robert D. Barron, a fact that helped accelerate the decline of Arthur in continental romances. Similarly, Lancelot and his cuckolding of Arthur and with Guinevere Vere became one of the classic motifs of the Arthurian legends. Although Lancelot in latter text was combined with Chet Teen's character and that of Ulrich von Tass von Lancelot. Yes, her speculative background would be interesting to know. And also, after King Arthur was deleted, she did not go anywhere near Lancelot, and she lived a life of sorrow, joyless, and she was miserable the whole time. And Lancelot buried her next to King Arthur. As they say, betrayal doesn't come from enemies. Y'all remember that. Arthurian romance, Ehrlich, and his place of origin are only known definitely from the works itself. Exactly. She seen it hooked up with Lancelot to persuade him more than out of love. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Right, the possibility. Right, these historical figures are real. And I will read this again many more times, and also for Primal on another stream when he's here before he goes to bed. Although he got to see some of it, he got to see a lot of me talking about the King Arthur stuff. I'll do it again for him in the future. All right, this is the famous round table. I had a comment recently from somebody and that found my short about the King Arthur round table, and he was saying like it's a democracy founded on Christianity. And there you go. Yeah, so that's the round table, and that's them that all have equal opinion, equal say. That's why he made the round table the way it was. And that's, it'd be good if more leaders were like that. Yeah, facts. Yes. Up to C, 1210 contental Arthurian romances was expressed primarily through poetry. After this date, tales began to told in prose. The most significant of these 13th century prose romances was the Vulgate cycle, also known as the Lancelot Grail cycle, a series of 5 Middle French prose workers written in the first half of that century. These works were Histoire del Saint Grail, the Histoire de Merlin, the Lancelot Prepay, and which most made up half the entire Vulgate cycle of its own. The Quest del Saint Grail, Mort Artu, which combine to form the first coherent version of the entire Arthurian legend. The cycle continued the trend towards reducing the role played by Arthur in his own legend, partly through introduction of the character of Galahad and an expansion of the role of Merlin. It also made Mordred the results of an incestuous relationship between Arthur and his sister Morgase, and established the role of Camelot. First mentioned in the passing in Cretin Lancelot as Arthur's primary court, this series of texts was quickly followed by the post-Vulgate cycle. 1213 to 40. Imagine being in the 1200s. I mean, it's so long ago. Of which the Sute Merlin is a part of, which greatly reduced importance of Lancelot's affair with Guinevere, but continued the sideline Arthur and to focus more on the Grail quest. As such, Arthur became even more of a relatively minor character in these French prose romances. In the Vulgate itself, he only figures significantly in Histoire de Merlin and Mort Artu. During the period, Arthur was made one of the 9 worthies, a group of 3 pagan, 3 Jewish, and 3 Christian exemplars of chivalry. Wow. Worthies were those of Jacques de Longueuillon's Vaux de Pont, 1312, the subsequently became common subject literature and art. This is Arthur receiving a sword from the Lady of the Lake. You see, Sarah, the Lady of the Lake, that's some interdimensional being. See how it's in a lake, but it's handing him a sword? Well, like it's coming from another dimension and handing him a sword. Yeah, water again. Yes. Yeah. Wow. Synchronicity. Yeah, I understand. I understand, DJ. Absolutely. Yes, we do, Sarah. Amen. Yeah, we see importance of water, and like Jesus was able to walk on water. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Yeah, that's another thing, and it's like, yeah, yes, their involvement. Right. Remember, like we're talking in scripture, how and Joe Rogan talked about this. How you have these beings and in the sky, and they said they're chariots of fire, but they're really just UFOs. So that the people are seeing a lady in the lake. It was some sort of UFO thing. The living water, because yeah, it's like somebody in some other dimension or has some other dimensional abilities that we don't have, like was able to give that to him. Living waters. Post medieval literature. The end of the Middle Ages brought with it a waning of interest in King Arthur. Although Malory's English version of the great French romances was popular, there were increasing attacks upon truthfulness of the historical framework of Arthurian romances. Yeah, the Watcher cast down into the water. Yes, exactly. Very good point. Established since Gorfy of Monmouth's time, and thus the legitimacy of the whole matter of Britain. So, for example, the 16th century humanist scholar Ploydor Virgil famously rejected the claim that Arthur was the ruler of a post Roman Empire found throughout the post Gulliverdian medieval chronicle tradition. To horror of Welsh and English antiquarians, social changes associated with the end of the medieval period and the Renaissance also conspired to rob the character of Arthurian author and his associated legend of some of their power to enthrall audiences. With the result of 1634 saw the last printing of Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur for nearly 200 years. Yeah, Sarah says all these other stories, more use of S3 ism. I know what you're talking about. I know what that means. The fallen uses to control mankind. You know what's not? It's funny, Sarah. Like Satan said in a movie, through dreams he controls mankind. Yeah. Yeah, you see, they. That's why they did that because they're trying to get humans into the sinful things, and that's what happened to Camelot. That's partially why they fell because of what was going on there. Well, Sarah's the one that she gives great ideas, and she likes to. She does not hesitate to throw out the ideas. Yeah. Printing of Mallory's Lee Morte the Arthur nearly 200 years. King Arthur and Arthurian legend were not entirely abandoned, but until the early 19th century, the material was taken less seriously. It was often used simply as a vehicle for allegories of the 17th and 18th century. Politics. Thus, Richard Blankmore's epics Prince Arthur 1695 and Arthur 1697 feature Arthur as an allegory for the struggles of William III against James II. Similarly, the most popular Arthurian tale throughout his period seems to have been that of Tom Thumb, which was told first through the chapbooks, later through the political plays of Henry Fielding. Although the action is clearly set in Arthurian Britain, the treatment is humorous, and Arthur appears as a primary comedic version of the romance character. John Dryden's Mask of King Arthur. Masque King Arthur is still performed largely thanks to Henry Purcell's music, though seldom unbridged. Yeah, shout to him. Yeah, DJ, a lot of people will say that times are getting like bad and stuff, but humans are always like this. Yeah, it's like they're always doing things. Even like in Rome, they did stuff. DJ says, back in these times, apparently you just had to have an attractive sister and people would give into their urges, or as now, things need to be ultra perverse. No, remember, DJ, he was married to. He had a wife also. So, and his sister. But that's why it's a. He repented from what he did, but you have a point there. But at the same time, they also may have been trying to keep things into their family line and their wealth and stuff. But yeah, you have a good point. Absolutely. Oh, and also, chat. I was looking at this channel and like, basically, this dude is like 2 years younger than me. Talks about history stuff. I think it's called the What If something. I don't remember the channel off the top of my head, but he was saying like why you go in these situations, and a lot of these ideas that we have now, DJ, the degeneracy and stuff, come from France. It came from the French thinkers about the different genders and lifestyles and things, and the destruction of like men and women and stuff like that. All that came from these French philosophers. So, and that was way back, way back. And there's like a book about it, and they wrote their philosophies down. And then in the Weimar Republic in Germany, they did the stuff there. You know, that was like later, but it originated from France. And then you could say originated. So humans were never perfect because Adam and Eve ate the forbidden fruit, and we all fell into sin. And King Arthur could have used better judgment, but he let, sometimes sin get into him. And they had this other time where you have this situation where his wife cheated on him. Also, we have here, let's see, in the early, yeah, Die Sade, yes. In the early 19th century, medievalism, romanticism, and Gothic revival reawaked interest in Arthur and the medieval romances. A new code of ethics for 19th century gentlemen was shaped around the chivalric ideas embodied in the Arthur of romance. This renewed the interest first made itself in the 1816 when Mallory's Le Morte the Arthur was reprinted for the first time since 1634. Initially, medieval Arthurian legends were of particular interest to poets, inspiring for the example of William Wordsworth to write The Egyptian Maid, an allegory of the Holy Grail. Preeminent among these was Alfred Tennyson, who first Arthurian poem, The Lady of Shalott. I do agree, DJ. I do agree. I, Initially, medieval Arthurian legends were of particular interest to poets, inspiring, for example, William Wordsworth to write The Egyptian Maid, an allegory of the Holy Grail. Preeminent among these was Alfred Tennyson, whose first Arthurian poem, Lady of Shalott, was published in 1832. Arthur himself played a minor role in some of these works following the medieval romance tradition. Tennyson's Arthurian work reached its peak of popularity with Iliads of the King. However, which reworked the entire narrative of Arthur's life of the Victorian era. It was first published in 1859 and sold 10,000 copies within the first week in the Idyllies. Arthur became a ideal manhood who ultimately failed through human weakness to establish a perfect kingdom on earth. Tennyson's work promoted a large number of imitators, generated considerable public interest in legends of Arthur and character himself, and brought Mallory's tales to a wider audience. Indeed, first modernization of Mallory's great compilations of Arthur's tale was published in 1862, shortly after Idylls appeared, and there were 6 further editions and 5 competitors before the century ended. Right. This interest in the Arthur romance and his associated stories continued through the 19th century into the 20th century and influenced poets such as William Morris, pre-Raphaelite artists including Edward Burne Jones, even the humorous tale of Tom Thumb, which had been primarily manifestation of Arthur's legend in the 18th century and was rewritten after publication of Idyllis. While Tom maintained his small stature and remained a figure of comic relief. Sarah, I'm going to ask you a random question that just came in my head just now. In Japan, is it a, like, I think you said it's above sea level, is that true? And like do you feel it's like different elevation than like when you were in the States? I'll be curious what your answer is. Thank you. Anyway, comic relief, his story now included more elements from medieval Arthurian romances, and Arthur is treated more seriously and historically in these new versions. The revived Arthur romance also proved influential of the United States, with such books as Sidney Lanier's The Boy's King Arthur, 1880, reaching wide audiences and providing inspiration for Mark Twain's satire, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. It sounds funny. Although the Arthur of romance was sometimes central to these new Arthurian works, as he was Bereen Jones, The Sleep of Arthur of Avalon, 1881 to 1898. Of the other occasion, he reverted to his medieval status and is either marginalized or even missed entirely, with Wagner's Arthurian opera Parsifal providing a notable instance of the latter. Furthermore, the revival of interest in Arthur and Arthurian tales did not continue unabated. By the end of the 19th century, it was confirmed mainly to pre-Raphaelite imitators, and it could not avoid being affected by World War One. Chivalry thus interests in medieval manifestations of Arthur as chivalric role model. Romance tradition did, however, remain sufficiently powerful to persuade Thomas Harley Lawrence and John Masefield to compose Arthurian plays. T.S. Eliot alludes Arthur myth, but not Arthur, in a poem of Wasteland which mentions the Fisher King. Jacob says, "Are they here? Do they use water for travel? The sword out of the water. There's supposed to be at least 7 higher beings here until the end." Yep. It seems like a lot of forms of transportation are going on here. Sarah says it's varied. We are about 2 stories above sea level in our area. I've never felt a difference. We are not near where they say Japan Alps are. When I was in the Appalachia in 2013, I felt like I was swallowing to adjust to the pressure because I feel it's kind of high up from where I am. But then again, I'm not saying like you may have always been in a terrain where it wasn't like mine. I'm just saying I felt a difference when I was in the Appalachia. We're going to look at some pictures. Yeah, the Rockies. Yeah. This is King Arthur. This is not King Arthur. This is Merlin. Merlin and Vivian, the Lady of the Lake. Sarah. Interesting, Sarah. Lady of the Lake is name of a little used several either a mermaid or a mermaid-like human enchantress of the matter of Britain. The body of medieval literature and mythology associated with the legend of King Arthur. She plays several important roles in many stories. She's like a mermaid, Sarah. Like we were talking about the mermaids before. Wow. And that's her and Merlin. Mind blown. Meat. It's meat. And I say meat, which means that we're getting filled with enlightening knowledge. Bam. Information. Wow. Holy Spirit is filling information now. Wow. This is Gustave Doré's depiction of Merlin and Vivian. I love these pictures. I love the dark forests. I know, Sarah. I'm like that too. Wow. Because the mermaids. Okay, so people that are confused, the mermaids are these were likely part of the offspring of the fallen angels that were tricking people into doing stuff. And this, she was a mermaid, so it adds to an effect that there could have been that she was part of that line of fallen angels, because she just said about the Lady of the Lake before, because she's in the lake and she's handing him a sword. It's, he like one of the Watchers. There you go. Wow. Bam, boom. I sure will put a video out about this. Amen. Amen. Yeah, kapow. Yeah. Yeah, and look at these enchanted forests, how cool they are. My friend that I talk about aliens with, he has his family has a property, and it's a lot like that. And also my yard is a miniature version of that. Yeah. The Lady of the Lake is name of title used several either mermaid or mermaid-like human enchantress. In the matter of Britain, the body of the medieval literature and mythology associated with the legend of King Arthur, she plays several important roles in the stories. Amen, Sarah. And like in history, a lot of people are not perfect. I'm not perfect. You know, there's basically like Martin Luther King was a very good civil rights activist, and he wasn't perfect. Malcolm X wasn't perfect. And we all have skeletons in our closet, so to speak. Like RFK said, he has so many. He has tons of skeletons in his closet. For enough for the whole world. He said a good quote about that, and that he's not perfect, and like basically, and God will choose people that you wouldn't think that he would choose. He would choose people that may not be perfect, and that basically he is, and he anointed these people to go through this stuff and do his will. If it's fiction, if it's a legend, whatever it is, real or not, he chose them to do that. And Merlin with all of his women, but look what he did. He chose them to do these great things. And why we need grace and redemption. And I'm not perfect, and there's sins I would struggle with, and we all do. But by the grace, because Jesus was the only one that was perfect, and he's the only one that overcame everything, all the temptations that were thrown at him, and he could have lived a normal life like a human, but he chose to be crucified and rise again. And if he didn't do that, it would have been really bad for him and everybody else. But but he chose us, and his example was selflessness. And like as I said, it's like we could point fingers all day long about what this person did. King Arthur has a thing for his sister, and Merlin has a thing for all the women on Earth, and maybe just a joke. Maybe I'm related to Merlin also, but you see, basically, like we all have things we struggle with, but this story is a good example of that. God chose this person that was a descendant of a fallen angel watcher, and also King Arthur that did things that was wrong too, to lead Britain in its final days before Anglo-Saxons took it over. But the Anglo-Saxons united the British Empire, and it's still called Britain to this day. In England united Scotland and Ireland. That's why the Union Jack has Ireland and Scotland's flag in it. Contrary to what it may seem, they united the different states of the United Kingdom. Yes, Sarah. And Sarah says, yes, God foretold man the only plan possible, his son. Yes, amen. And yeah, it might be alien. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I also want to tell you, like, my friend that I was with at school, Mary Tools researched him, and he got a bachelor's degree in history, and he did continue college and did what he was supposed to do. And I'm glad that he worked on that and I worked on this, and that's shout out to him. And he was like, he was thinking, he was like, you like talking to women a lot. I'm like, if especially on YouTube, it seems like I certainly went all the way with that. But as I said, by the redemption and the grace of the Lord, we're all saved. Amen. That's why, like, and him and I were talking about it one time, that we are good people, that none of us are good in a sense compared to God's goodness, and that we all deserve damnation and destruction, but like it was by God's mercy we don't have that. Many stories throughout history mention this. Suspicious. Exactly. Yes. Hansel descended of King Arthur. Amen. Yes. And probably a little bit of Merlin in there too. Because of me with the ladies. Yeah. And also, the line of the royal family of Britain would be connected to those ancient British kings and King Arthur and those different Welsh kingdoms. So that I would be from that line. Distantly, yes. And also, like, basically, this is another depiction of King Arthur. And I always liked British history. I remember I learned in school, and the principal, cool dude, he was teaching us about this. I was in like 10th grade, and also in 12th grade he taught it too. When I was in 12th grade, I really liked this. And I would study in my room until the evening. And it was like twilight, and I'd go outside, and I always would imagine it was kind of like being over there in that area because it's so like woodsy and stuff. And then then later on when I was with my friends, there's a point when I became an adult, I went down the street to my neighbor's house, and no one had anything against him, but when I was an adult, I could go where I want, and just doesn't mean anything, but for the record, he is, he's he's black, and he's like a rapper. He's cool people. I met him when I was a kid, and I saw him and his friends again, and also in my senior year, and that was pretty cool, and then they liked Britain, and they liked they were not against us, and they're not anti-American. And I told them about my political views and stuff, and they were interested in hearing about it. And we had many debates and discussions, like civilized adults. And this is why, everybody, that I'm not against other cultures or other peoples and their countries, but this is like why I'm not like against what I am or my ancestry or Britain. It's like this stuff is really cool. Like, why would I want to feel bad about all this or be guilty about it? It just doesn't make any sense to me. All right, and also there's another depiction of him. That's him putting the crown on his head. In modern legends, half of the 20th century, the influence of the romance and tradition of King Arthur continued through novels such as T.H. White's Once and Future King. By the way, everybody, the name I had before it was Alien Spaceship is Hansel. By the way, for those that may not know, but so basically, in the latter half of the 20th century, the influence of the romance tradition Arthur continued through novels such as T.H. White's The Once and Future King, 1958, Mary Stewart's The Crystal Cave, 4 sequels of Berger's tragic Arthur Rex, and Maroon Zimmer's Bradley's Midst of Avalon. And those are like modern depictions of it. This is a play, and that's King Arthur holding Excalibur in the play. The romance Arthur has become popular in film and theater as well. T.H. White's novel was adapted to Lerner, Loewy, stage, music, Camelot, and Walt Disney animated film. The Sword and the Stone, 1963. Camelot with its focus on the love of Lancelot and the cuckoldry of King Arthur. Oh yeah, Sarah. Exactly. And I was going to at some point. I'm glad that you mentioned the Transformers one because I was rewatching it because I saw Transformers, and basically what happened was with my friends. So I was watching it, and remember like how Merlin was very like he was like sinful and he was doing all these things that are wrong, but he asked the interdimensional being, which was one of the watchers for the staff, and King Arthur and all of his soldiers, they have like a cross on their armor. And the sword has the cross on it. And you see, that's an example of grace and repentance. See, in that movie in Transformers, Merlin repents to the angel. And kind of like asking the angel for intercession like the Catholics would do. And they were Catholic at that time. And through the Lord's authority, he granted him the staff to save their kingdom. So that was a very heartwarming thing. And you see Merlin getting drunk and acting all goofy and stuff. And remember, his father was a demon. So that's why he would, of course, act like that. So it just shows you mercy and grace. That's why Christ urged us to forgive people that did us wrong and pray for our enemies, because by God's grace, we're not like them. and that the cycle just keeps going around, the humans would be better. That's what people don't understand. They think some people think it's a sign of weakness. Not true. It's not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of that if it's sort of like if everybody is given equal rights to vote, everybody's given, like even Joe Biden, he'll say that like it's wrong what they did to Trump, and he'll say that it's the right people to vote for him if they want to. Because if everybody has their freedom to do what they want to do, it's a better place for everybody. If you have one group oppressing another group, it just you become the thing you're trying to stop. Like the Nazis, they became the thing that they claimed they were trying to stop, and they went and became like communists themselves. And then the people that the Nazis were accusing of, they were accusing of the Jewish people of all kinds of things, but they weren't responsible for those things. Confusing a whole group of people that didn't do anything wrong. If some individuals may have done something wrong in their eyes, it's one thing hypothetically, but the Nazis themselves were bad. So people that are accusing another group of something, they may be bad themselves. So if everybody just goes by these moral principles, the world will be a better place. Yes, of course, yes, it was well done. The sword must have been something really unworldly. Yes, absolutely. Seen the musical as a child in the 60s. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Yes, there are bad people who will find out ways to act bad out. Yes, absolutely. They will find a way. They'll make a scapegoat. They'll make an excuse. And right, exactly. Like basically wolves in sheep's clothing and stuff like that. And in God's, no matter how good we all are, God's righteousness and perfection compared to us, we're nothing. We're horrid. So God compares it to us. And like in ancient Egyptians, they would compare our deeds to a feather. That's what he would do. The god. I'm trying to think of his name. It's like a dog head. I can't believe I forgot his name, but this god is like a dog head, and he would weigh our deeds through our entire life on a scale with a feather. And that is a perfect parable to how God compares us to himself. Because there's like this feather. We would all fail that. All humans would fail that. And that's why Jesus is an attribute of God, became flesh, took the punishment for us, so we're compared to Jesus. Jesus is another feather. So it's compared to the Father's feather, and it's balanced and we're okay. That's how that works. Alright, continuing. Retellings and reimaginings of the Romance tradition are not the only important aspects of the modern legends of King Arthur. Attempt to portray Arthur as genuine historical figure of c. 500, stripping away romance, have also emerged as Taylor and Brewer. This is some weird synchronicity, chat. I have a friend from school with that exact name. Taylor and Brewer. Yeah, that's her name. Wow, that's weird. Shout out to her. Have noted this return to medieval chronicle tradition of Gorfy of Monmouth and Historia Brentundum as a recent trend became dominant in Arthurian literature, and in the years following outbreak of the Second World War, when Arthur's legendary resistance to dominant in Arthurian literature in the years following the outbreak of the Second World War, when Arthur's legend resistance to Germanic enemies struck the chord in Britain. And the return of Arthur could also be a symbolic thing, that his spirit would be with the people, so to speak, or his fighting spirit, and the Britain was able to defeat the Nazis, thankfully, in World War II. And you see that they would fight the Germanic enemies. And so his spirit or his story inspired them to continue fighting against the enemies. Name Matrix. Exactly. Exactly. But I believe King Arthur's spirit should resurrect itself in Britain now because it's having a lot of problems, but it's getting better. Clements Danes, a series of radio plays, Save Yours, 1942, used historical Arthur to embody the spirit of a heroic resistance against the desperate odds, and Robert Sheriff's play, The Long Sunset, 1955, saw Arthur rallying Romano-British resistance against the Germanic invaders. This trend onwards, placing Arthur in a historical setting, is as apparent to the historical fantasy novel published during the period. Right, 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 Jacob. Arthur has also been used as a model for modern day behavior in the 1930s. In order, the Fellowship of the Knights of the Round Table was formed in Britain to promote Christian ideals and Arthurian notations of medieval chivalry. In the United States, hundreds of thousands of boys and girls joined Arthurian youth groups such as Knights of King Arthur, in which Arthur and his legends were promoted as wholesome exemplars. However, Arthur's diffusion within modern culture goes beyond such obvious Arthurian endeavors, with Arthurian names being regularly achieved in objects, buildings, and places. As Norris J. Lacey has observed, the popular notation of Arthur appears to be limited, not surprisingly, to a few motifs and names, but there can be no doubt of the extent to which a legend born many centuries ago is profoundly embedded in modern culture at every level. We made it to the bottom of the page. Arthur's Oan was a stone building throughout the Roman temple that until 743 stood on rising ground above the north bank river Carun, not far from old Karen ironwork. The manuscript refers to Arthur's. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Yeah, that was a great read. Refers to Arthur's Oan as a round house of polished stone by river Carun, attributing it to Cariusus. In passage primarily referred to the Simius Severus. That's the name of Harry Potter's, that one of the Grand Masters of Hogwarts, Severus Snape. John of Fordun in 14th century recorded his Chronica Genesis that the structure was built by Julius Caesar to mark the northern limits of the Roman Empire. Another more fickle, fanciful belief that was once popular that Caesar used it as a secure quarters, which he slept, the building being dismantled stone by stone to be reassembled at the emperor's next stop for the night. George Buchanan in the 16th century saw as a memorial to some great Roman victory over the Scots. It is traditional building commemorated to the victory of the Roman Emperor Vespasian of Camelian and his capture of the jeweled crown regalia Pich's king. Alright, so this is a little thing the Romans built up there. In a charter, New Battle Abbey in 1293, a reference is made to Furnace Arthur's oven, indicating that it was a well-established feature and of unknown origin even at relatively early date. Henry Sinclair, Dean of Glasgow, about 1560, calls it Arthur's Huff, and Alexander Gordon speaks of it as Arthur's Huff. Julius Huff is also recorded to huff, 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 and your house gets blown down. I had to say it. And Huth, Old English huff, meaning house. Oh, what do you know? The huff means house. What a coincidence. It's probably hoof. I think it's hoof rather than huff. Just for the record. Are Scots for a house or hall? In my, from my dad's side, which is the side from England, the German name and stuff comes from my mom's side, but my dad's side technically is related to a certain famous German family in England. But besides that, I'm related to many of these different British groups in England. I'm related to the English, I'm related to the Irish, I'm related to the Scottish, and to the Welsh. And also, I'm related to Northern Ireland, yes, but also Southern Scotland and Northern England. And they had these churches, so they were Presbyterian up there. And I'm some of the last names I'm related to were people that went over to the Americas and the colonies. So I'm related to the people that stayed behind for some reason, and the cousins went over to the Americas on the Mayflower and stuff. And then they went to London, and then they reverted back to the Church of England. Then they married some Catholics, because the Church of England and the Catholics are very similar, so they reverted back to the Catholics. So they went through three different Christian religions. It's back to the Catholic one. And, because the Church of England, the Catholic Church are very similar with their cathedrals and things like that. So, but basically I'm related to the different groups in England. It's very interesting. Because when I read about this stuff, and it's like all these people were my ancestors. I'm also related to the Romans, too. The building was one of the decivity of the rising ground, supported by the basement of stones projecting out from below the lowest course of the building. It was so far from the being upon a level area that a great part of the basement, they had their basement dwellers back then. Medieval basement dwellers. I had to do that one. And 4 courses of the stones on the south side were hidden in the earth. The marks of 3 of 4 steps, which may have formerly led from the ground to the entrance of the building, were visible at one time. Yeah, stone built home. Yeah. The traces of a broad ditch could be seen at one of the northern side, suggesting that regular Valium, Valium's a type of medicine, and Rampart and Fosse Ditch had once surrounded the building. Yeah, that's inside of it. The Owen was built of dressed freestones, which were not mortised into each other, and no mortar was used. Each stone had a Lewis hole. I've never heard of this. A Lewis hole. A Lewis is a categorized of lifting devices used by stonemasons to lift large stones into place. I'm related to some stonemasons from England, by the way. Yeah, these people, and later on there's the Freemasons. That's something that came later, and that's another rabbit hole of conspiracy theories. But the Masons are like these people that built these stone structures. Lewis. Yeah, Lewis. I could be saying the name wrong, by the way. I'm gonna tell you this is the name. Right. So, in appearance to the Oon was shaped like a beehive. It was shaped like a beehive, being circular on plan doomed roof. Time flies by. Wow. The perpendicular height from the bottom to the top aperture was 22 feet. The external circumference. His circumference is at the round table. Oh yes, Sarah, I agree. Shout out to Turning Guns. Yeah, yes, yes. Circumference. circumference is circumference is at the round table. Circumference of the aperture, 86 feet 1 inches diameter. The aperture of 11 feet 6 inches. Height of the door from its bias to the top of the arch to 9 feet. Breadth, the east facing door at the base of 6 feet height from the ground to the top of the keystone of the door. 10 feet in, 320 meters. Breadth of the wall of the base measures at the door, 4 feet in thickness of the wall, where the arch springs 3 foot 7, and the height of the basement on which the building stands 4 feet 6 inches. The door is said to have had an iron gate, the removal of which by the Montethus of cars brought a curse upon the family. Something about circles. Something about circles are circumferenced for some reason. For that's my opinion. They just see circumference to me. Sarah says, these numbers had meanings? Yeah, they had meanings to them. Round in the interior buildings, there were 2 string courses at the distances of 4 to 6 feet, 1 to 2, and 1.8 meters, respectively, above the paved stone floor, and in several places, notably over the door, there may have been much weathered carvings in which eagles and goddesses' victory are said to have been represented. A huge stone stood in the interior, possibly an altar base of the bronze statue. The Owen may date to the period of occupation of Antony Wall. Antonine Wall. Round the interior of the building, there were 2 string courses at distances of 4 and 6 feet, 1 to 2, and 1.8 meters, respectively, about the pathed stone floor. In several places, notably over the door, there may have been much weathered carvings in which eagles and goddesses' victory said to have been represented. A huge stone stood in the interior, possibly an altar or the base of the bronze statue. The Owen may date back to the period occupation of Antonine. I read that thing all over again. Isn't that funny? Haha. I can't believe that I'm reading this. I was supposed to talk about the sword, but I came over this. Eagles in Rome. Look at the dome. I got a cone. I'm gonna go pour some ice cream in it. And then listen to the trombone. Get the sword of Excalibur. Head right into the zone. The snitch Woody runs away with stitches. He falls into dishes. Oh, Sarah, I'm going to do the video about Vivian and the sword. Even if it sows discord. Man, I'm dropping bars, everybody. Shout out to the train I'm hearing. Archaeology. Various remains. One thing I want to say about videos. I have a video coming out about the Dragon Comet sound effects. I have a video coming out about 4th of July stories, horror stories, and the AI horror stories in production. Is just when I work on a bunch of videos at once, it kind of like gets long-winded. But I certainly will put out the Excalibur and Vivian and maybe sooner than later. And what I mean by that is I'll put that ahead of the other projects and put it sooner. Yeah. Yeah, little alien dog in the house. Yeah. Ye was gonna ask after, even if it ran around. I ran around with Plitter Platter. I like going online and being the number one chatter. Look, there's a cat floating and smoking something, but I'm the Mad Hatter. It's time to code this thing with adders. It's baseball, and I hit it home run number one batter. I'm being ruthless right now. All right. Archaeology. Various remains of antiquity have been discovered near its site, such as stones and querns, or hand mills, made of a type of lava resembling that now obtained from the millstone corals of Andernach of the Rhine. Fragments of pottery and vestiges of what was supposed to have been a potter's kiln. The horns of great cows were formed, suggesting the deliberate burials of religious sacrifices. Significance. The, the antiquarian Edward Lywyd. It looks like, okay, it's Lhyd. It's like, what are you doing? Edward, what are you doing? Presented the Rev. Patrick Woodrow in 1699 with patria, or pottery libation, bowl that had been near for the Oun. Little alien dog in the house, sneaking quietly as a mouse, jumping and surprising everybody that's sitting on the couch. And I say this is my house. Word. Shout out to the train. By the way, Sarah, trains in America suck. And DJ, you also should be triggered by this too. Because the train tracks we have are from the 1800s, and a lot of them don't work right. And all the China and these other countries have beautiful, like, trains to transport citizens. To transport citizens. Like, you go on a train to Timbuktu somewhere. Like, they have these supersonic trains. Over here we have, like, 1800s trains at train tracks that are not even, like, working right. And that's not alright. Sarah says, love the many, many kinds of trains here. Oh, yeah. They have nice trains where you are, Sarah. DJ says, that doesn't mean our trains suck. It means that they are tired and true. If it ain't broke, we don't gotta fix it. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Because a lot of the trains, they will derail, and a lot of people get hurt, like the passenger trains. And it's like they crash into each other, and it's like they need to, like, Congress and the government is saying it's a national emergency, and it's really cringe in my opinion. I remember when I was a kid, I used to go by the train tracks in Lake Pontchartrain, and I used to collect things from there, like rocks and charcoal. Like you wouldn't think they would have charcoal, but I saw some things that could pass for charcoal because my great grandfather would be on the train tracks, and he would go and collect charcoal and sell it to people. And he had his billy goat that would used to ride. He used to sit in a little cart when he was a kid with a billy goat, and he would pick up the stuff. then I they It might not be a fancy new train, but there are trains. Trains are the alternative to cars, so set up differently. I dropped this like a freight train, blazing myself into Hall of Fame. I ignited this propane. Sarah says she used arm truck. Arm truck. Often was nice till a while ago. Was nice until a while ago. Time for all of you to know to not go slow, but just let it rip and go. The discovery and chink of the masonry of brass finger from the statue suggests that Oon was primarily triumphal monument to Tropium, erected to commemorate a victory. The quality of the structure bears the stamp of legendary workmanship, being to elaborate for a purely local masons, and it appears to have been deliberately sited to be visible from Antionine Wall. The building was, it seems, unique in Britain, and, as suggested, most likely a temple, as it was located too far from the fort or road to have been bathhouse or mausoleum. Its proximity to spring has resulted in the suggestion that it was dedicated to a water goddess. Synchronicity, Sarah, they're talking about a water goddess. At the time of its destruction, it was one of the best preserved Roman buildings in Britain. A broken relief from Rose Hill on Hadrian's Wall depicts victory, an eagle in the round dome building under the tree, which may represent a structure like Arthur's Oan. Victory was normally worshipped in the forts, but easiest interpretation is the Oan was a tropeium, an office movement dedicated to victory and also commemorating the campaign led by Quintus Louis Bucus, that led the establishment of the Antonine Wall. A broken relief from the Rose Hill on Hadrian's Wall depicts victory, an eagle, and a round doom building under a tree, which many represent a structure like Arthur's Oan. Victory was normally worshipped in the forts, but the easiest interpretation is that Oan was Tropaeum, an official movement dedicated to the victory and commemorating the campaign's lead by Quintus Lucius Urbucius that led to the establishment of Antonine Wall. Thank you, Sarah. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. It was demolished to line a mill dam on the river. One thing leading to another always. We'll watch the ending later. A gap in Logos. You too, Sarah. Logos to you too. Dam on the River Carron by Sir Michael Bruce. Steenhouse in 1743, an act of vandalism, was reported to Society of Antiquaries in London and led to paroxysm of rage and correspondence of leading antiquarians in mid 1748. The stones were swept away in a flood. These findings of likely site of the stones of Arthur's Oan were announced by Berkey's Parage in the late 1980s. He held up the possibility of recovery and reconstruction. However, since the Scottish Antiquities authorities do not consider the possible site of a buried mill dam as a schedule site, and since the overall site is covered with thick concrete foundations, the prospects for actual recovery do not appear high. Of course, the suggestion that the Carron has changed course in this area has been questioned by other researchers. Sir Walter Scott remarked with respect to the destruction of the great glory of Roman remains in Scotland that had not worthy proprietor thought of it demolished, it would have turned the heads of half of the antiquarities in Scotland. Several members of the Society of Antiquaries tried to find out the foundation of building the 1870s, but without success. Its site, however, was thought to be a few yards to northeast of the Forge Row at the corner of enclosure about 50 feet square on the estate of Steenhouse. The ground was then used as a washing green. The deliberate destruction of Arthur's Oan had so appalled Sir James Clerk that in 1767, son, also Sir James Clerk, decided to have a devocot built as an exact replica of the temple on a stable at Pen-y-Ceuch House. The devocot still exists. So that they have King Arthur, a thing that was there and they destroy it and say King Arthur would never existed. That's convenient. I like that. It's like they say King Arthur didn't exist, but they knocked down something he had something to do with. So it seems pretty simple. All right. The first record is that 9th century by Nennius, a Welsh historian, in his Historia Britannium. He was a monk studying under Bishop Elfod and gave a brief depiction of the building and asserted without hesitation that it was erected by Eusper Caresius, who assumed the purple in Britain in the year 284. He also mentioned the triumphal arch was built near it in honor of the same individual and showed Timothy Pont's map on the John Adair and Sir Robert Slidebland, who in the 16th century recorded it as a temple. In 1723, it was described as being in form of a sugar loaf. In addition, an account to Labert Parish, which adjoins Steenhousemuir. In 1719, Andrews Jaffe, an architect, visited and made careful drawings and measurements on behalf of the equestrian William Stukeley, which were later published as part of the treatise on the Olan. Alright, shout out to everybody. Okay. Look at the thing. Oh. Go on. 333 hours. Synchronicity. That's a holy number. Wow. Eclectic. King Arthur. Sharks. News. Gaming. And Trial Rant. Okay. Okay. I'm going to tell you all something. I'm looking this thing up. Y'all that are here, thanks. It's pretty cool. Excalibur is a mythical sword of King Arthur that may possess magical powers or be associated with the rightful sovereignty of Britain. Traditionally, the sword in the stone is the proof that Arthur's lineage and sword gives him by Lady of the Lake are not the same weapon. Even as some versions of the legend, both of them share the name of Excalibur. Several similar swords and other weapons also appear in Arthurian text as well as other legends. The name Excalibur ultimately derives from the Welsh cal for which composed of hard and breach of cleft. It appears in several early Welsh works, including the prose tale of Culhwch and Olwen. The name was later used in Welsh adaptations of foreign materials such as Brutes, in which were based on Gorfy of Monmouth. It is often considered to be related to the photonically similar Calabolg, a sword borne by several figures from Irish mythology, although borrowing clad witch from the Irish Cal Bolg has often likely been Rachel Bromwich. All right. Has been considered unlikely by Rachel Bromwich and D. Simon Evans. They suggest inside that both names may have similar Arison to a very early date generic names for a sword. The 15th and early 16th century Middle Cornish play Buenos Key Arthur's sword is called Cal Ivosofol, which is etymologically an exact Middle Cornish cognate of the Welsh Caldfulwich. It is unclear if the name was borrowed from Welsh. If so, it must have been an early loan for phonical reasons. It represents early Pan-Brittonic tradition name of Arthur's sword. This is Arthur drawing the sword from the stone. That's the Lady of the Lake giving it to him. Giving him another sword. Romance tradition elaborates on how Arthur came into possession of Excalibur in Robert de Baron's 1200 French poem Merlin, the first known tale to mention the sword and the stone motif. Arthur obtained the British throne by pulling a sword from an anvil sitting atop a stone that appeared in a churchyard on Christmas Eve. In this account, as foretold by Merlin, the act could not perform except by the true king, meaning the divinely appointed king, our true heir, Uther Pendragon. As Thomas Malory retained his English language, Arthurian compilation, 15th century Lee Morte, the author, who pulleth out the sword of the stone, and anvil is right wise, king born of all England. And it may have been done in London. After many gathered nobles try and fail to complete Merlin's challenge, the teenage author who up to this point had believed himself to be biological son of Ector and went there as squire to force the foster brother Kay, succeeds effortlessly. Arthur first achieves this feat by accident while unaware to the contest unseen. He then returns the sword to its place and unveil to an anvil on a stone, and later repeats the act publicly as Merlin comes to announce his true parentage. Alright, this is where the Lady of the Lake gave him the sword. Yeah, you'll know about that. Okay. The identity of the sword as Excalibur is made explicit in the Prose of Merlin, a part of the 13th century Lancelot Grail cycle of French romances, also known as Vulgate cycle. Eventually, the cycle's final Vulgate Morts Artu. When Arthur is at the brink of death, he enigmatically orders his surviving knight Griffelt to cast Excalibur into the nearby lake after two failed attempts to deceive Arthur, since Griffelt felt that such a great sword should not be thrown away. He finally does not comply with the wounded king's request. A woman's hand emerges from the lake to catch Excalibur, after which Morgan appears to take Arthur to Avalon. This motif then becomes attached to Ben Diver or Yavine instead of Grifflet in English Arthurian tradition. However, in the subsequent post-Vulgate cycle, do something real quick. Yeah. Then yes, DJ, I agree. It must have been very creepy for him to have watched that. And that's the thing with the interdimensional beings; they're kind of disturbing. You know, it's like you see this lake right here, and a hand just comes out the water. Yeah. However, in the subsequent post-Vulgate cycle variant Merlin continuation written soon afterwards, Arthur's sword drawn from the stone is unnamed. Furthermore, the young Arthur promptly breaks it in its duel against King Pellinore. Very early in his reign, on Merlin's advice, Arthur then goes with him to be given to actual Excalibur by the Lady of the Lake in exchange for a latter boon for her. Sometimes later, she arrives and Arthur's court demands a head of Balin. A latter boon. I don't know what that is. She wanted a favor. That's what it means. And she wanted the dude's head. The post-Vulgate Mort R2. It is a sword that eventually hurled into a pool at Camlane, or actually Salisbury Plain, whereby both cycles locate the battle as do English romances. By Grifflet, the same circumstances as told in the story Vulgate version, Mallory included both of these stories in his now iconic Le Morte d'Arthur, while naming each of the swords as Excalibur. Both the first one from the stone, soon shattered in combat in the story, taken from post-Vulgate Merlin continuation. This replacement from the lake thrown away by Bedriver in the end. Other roles and attributes. In Welsh tale, Arthur's sword is known as Caldwich and Culwich and Olwen. It is one of Arthur's most valuable possessions, and it is used by Arthur's warrior Len Lawig. The Irishman to delete the Irish king Dewernach while stealing his magical caldron. Caldron. Well, let's look this up. Yeah, that's what that is. I knew what that was. A conundrum. It's like the what the witches use. I just thought the spelling was a little bit different, but no, I know what that is. One of my friends and I were talking about a conundrum. A conundrum. Though not named as Caldwich, Arthur's sword is described vividly in the dream of Ron Abwai, one of these tales associated with Mab Ingoyan, as translated by Geoffrey Gantz. Then they heard Earl of Cornwall being summoned and saw him rise with Arthur's sword in his hand with a design of two chimeras. So that's like some a Nephilim thing. It's like a one of those creatures from the fallen angels. On the golden hilt, when the sword was unsheathed, when seen from mouths of the two chimeras, was like two flames of fire so dreadful that it was not easy for anyone to look. Gorfy's Historia is the first non-Welsh text to speak on the sword. Gorfy says the sword was forged in Avalon and Latinissus, the name Caldwich as Cal Embranus. When this influential pseudo-history made it contentional, Europe writers alerted the name further into finally took the popular Excalibur. Its role was expanded upon the Vulgate cycle and the post-Vulgate cycle in which immersed to wake both of these prose cycles incorporate the prose of Merlin. However, post-Vulgate authors left out original Merlin continuation from early cycle, choosing to add an original account of Arthur's early days, including a new origin for Excalibur. In some versions, Excalibur's blade was engraved with phrases on opposite side, "Take me up, cast me away," or similar. In addition, that said when Excalibur was first drawn in combat, the first battle testing Arthur's sovereignty, its blades shone so bright it blinded his enemies. That's the hand coming from the water. Scared. That's him pulling the sword. The challenge of drawing a sword from a stone placed on the river outside Camelot also appears in a later Arthurian story of Galahad, whose achievement of the task indicates that he is destined to find the Holy Grail. As also foretold in Merlin's prophecy. This powerful yet cursed weapon, known as the Adventurous Sword among other names, also has come from Avalon. It is first stolen and wielded by Balin until his death while killing his own brother. Yeah, absolutely, DJ. First stolen and wielded by Balin until his death while deleting his own brother, then is briefly taken up to Galahad and eventually used in Lancelot to give his former friend Gawain a mortal wound in the long final duel. DJ said it's got jewelry on it, like she just hangs out inside the lake. Yeah, she's just like chilling, just having a good time. It's just it's just normal for her to be down there. You know, like Ariel. Yeah. To give the former friend Gawain a mortal wound in their long final duel, old fresh per Veus, Lancelot pulls the other weapon from the stone on two occasions. In post Vulgate, Merlin Morgan creates the copies of Excalibur itself as well as if it's scabbard. Welsh mythology. The Drywin White Hilt of the 13 treasures of the island of Britain is said to be powerful sword belonging to Redrick sword belonging to Redrich Hale. 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 That's better. One of the three Gunarius men of Britain mentioned in the Welsh triads. When drawn by worthy or born man, the entire blade would blaze with fire. Reindirch was never reluctant to hand the weapon to anyone, hence his nickname, Hail the Generous, but recipients, as soon as they had learned of its peculiar properties, always rejected the sword. There are other similar weapons described in other mythologies as well. Irish mythology features Calad Bog, the sword of Fergus, Mac Raish, which was also known for its incredible power and was carried by some of Ireland's great heroes. The name, which also mean hard cleft in Irish, appears to plural Cal Adbuluk as a generic term for a great sword in Ta Gael Torai, destruction of Troy. 10th century Irish tradition of the classical tale. a sword named Kaim Solis, which is a Irish term meaning sword of light or shining sword, appears in a number of orally transmitted. That's funny. Folk tales. The sword of the stone has an analog in some versions story of Sigurd, whose father Sigmund draws the sword Graham out of the tree of Barnstalk. In Norse mythology, Barnstalker is a tree that stands in the center of King Volsung's hall. Barnstalk is attested in chapters 2 or 3 written of the century earlier tradition based on events of the 5th century and 6th century where during, the dude pulled the sword from a tree. Where it's embodied the Norse god Odin, apart from legendary swords, the only real ancient sword in the stone which still exists nowadays is kept since medieval ages is a chapel of St. Galliano, Montesepie in Tuscany, Italy. It is associated with the 12th century Italian legend of the Saint of Tuscany, Excalibur. Interesting. Historically, a sword identified as Excalibur was supposedly discovered during the excommunication of Arthur's purported grave at Glasbury Abbey in 1191. On 6 March 1191, after the Treaty of Messina, either this or another claimed Excalibur was given as a gift of goodwill by English King Richard I of England, Richard the Lionheart, to his ally Tancred, King of Sicily. It was one of the series of symbolic authoritarian acts by Anglo-Norman monarchs, such as their association of the crown of King Arthur with the crown they won from the slain Welsh prince Llywyn ap Gruffydd. Hey Amanda, good to see you. Also she gave a shout out to DJ too. Yeah, Amanda, a we've been talking about King Arthur, and earlier when Primal was here, he wanted to talk about it, and we did. So that's what I've been talking about the past 3 hours, I think. Let's see. Whoa! The past 4 hours. I've been reading for 4 hours. And they said I couldn't do that back in the day. But look at me now. Haha. I have read thousands of hours of material. And also, Amanda, I'm getting you both mixed up again. You know, I'm getting of you and Sarah mixed up, but yeah. So we're talking about King Arthur, who talked about Camelot, because I did a video recently of the sound effects of Camelot falling. And I was talking about how King Arthur was this king that may have not have existed and may be fiction, but also it could have been real. It's in legends, so it may have been real, but they don't have enough evidence to support it. But I do think it's probably real, in my opinion. Mana says, nice, really don't know about King Arthur. I'll have to watch the replay on it. Alright, Amanda. Yeah, but that's what I was talking about. Having a good time. Yeah, it is. It is. Amanda, how's, as DJ said, how are you doing? How's everything going for you? Shout out to 41 views. You know, a lot of my videos and streams, I get a lot of views from subscribers. I appreciate that. Like the streams, it's most of the time it's 100% or 90 something percent subscribers. And I don't know everybody probably that watches them, but shout out to all of you. I appreciate all of you that watch these videos and streams. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate y'all. Yeah. Yeah, this the language there is, Jacob, there's a language that's in Old English. And the thing with Old English is like why it's really strange. I could pull up an example of that in a moment. But with this is ancient Celtic. It's even more weird. Like, let's see, like, you know, I might actually see if I can. This thing's right here. See if I can get this. Look. All right. It's the British literature book from school I like. Have it in a protected bag so stuff doesn't get on it. It's a little bit small, but you know, this is it. So I'll read you all what I'm talking about. Like one side will have something in Old English, and the other side will have something in our English. For example, now if you, my worthy lord, said Gawain the king, would command me to step from the dice and stand you there. But in our way of speaking English, Jacob, it's please, my worthy lord, said Gawain the king, command me to step to the platform and stand with you there. See, they talk differently back then. You brought somebody from the this time period, and you brought them in our time, they would have trouble understanding what we're saying. Just like vice versa. We speak the same language, but a different like not even a dialect or an accent. It's the way they said things was different. That's why in these books they add an English version, like the English, the way Old English and New English. Then Sir Bedivere, soon when he awoke, he prayed the hermit that he might abide with him still and live with fasting and prayers. Then Sir Bedivere swoon, and then he awoke. He begged the hermit to let him stay there with him to fast and pray. See, they talk differently back then. Amanda says, DJ, it's been busy day. I'm just tired from the heat. Today, Ava wasn't a fan of it either. Had to wake her up early for an appointment, and she was cranky. So cranky. Have you been doing good? And she says hi to Jacob. Yeah, so also look at a picture of Merlin. Oh, yeah, we're going to do that real quick. They have this, like a new movie about it. Let's see. The Wizard. Yeah. These are depictions of Merlin. Then you got this cat Merlin. Looks funny. Yeah, that's a depiction of him. Kind of like Dumbledore from Harry Potter. All right. There's this really cool picture of him, and I've used it before in my shorts. And he's like standing in like a castle with the torches behind him. That's really cool. I'll show you all next time. I have to go look for it. I can't do that right now. All right. All right, Sarah. I mean Amanda. We're gonna talk about sharks. All right, Amanda. Here we go. All right, Sarah. Amanda, I'll call you because that's what cause I get Amanda and Sarah mixed up all the time. And hola, Latina. Good to see you. And also, basically, I am now going to talk about the lemon shark. This is something interesting that I have not heard about. You know, and we're gonna go right here and talk about it now. So yeah, this is the lemon shark. It has some gnarly looking eyes and some sharp teeth right here. That's some cool sand. That's a cool sand. Yeah. So we have that. We're zooming in to the picture. DJ says Mandy cranky kid. Oh no, it was mid '90s here, but I had meatloaf, so I'm the opposite of Sarah. Oops, I meant sour. Hilarious. Latina said that her cheap Lenovo laptop makes it difficult to use YouTube. She's been buffering, not able to comment for about 5 minutes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that sounds tedious, Latina. I remember Lenovo laptops. My friend, he had Lenovo. Like, all right, and all right, okay, all right. I had a Dell laptop briefly, but I returned it and got this other thing right here. I got because this is what I've used. I don't mind the PC sometimes. I think they're cool people, but it's just for what I was doing. This is what I had to use. This thing right here. But enough about me. So yeah, Latino. Hope that gets resolved for you, and thank you for participating in this stream. Yeah, Latina needs to do that. She needs to put that Lenovo in its place. Yeah, show that we gotta roast it. Yeah, yeah. Howdy to you, to Latina. Latina says to Amanda, "Hi to you and babies." All right. So the lemon shark is a species of shark from a family of Carahinidae, known for its yellowish color, which inspires its common name. It is classified as vulnerable species by the International Union of Conservation Nature. Lemon sharks can grow 3.4 meters, 11 feet in length. They are often found in the shallow subtropical waters and are known to inhibit and return to specific nursery sites for breeding, often feeding at night. These sharks use electromagnetic electroceptors to find their main source of prey. Fish, lemon sharks enjoy many benefits of the group living in such an enhanced communication, courtship, predatory behavior, and protection. This species of shark gives birth to live young, and females are polyandrous and have biennial reproductive cycle. Lemon sharks are not thought to be large threat to humans. There have been 10 recorded bites, none of which were life-threatening. The lemon shark's lifespan is unknown, but the average shark is 25 to 30 years old. The oldest recorded lemon shark is capacity died in 2023 at age 40. Origins. The lemon shark was first named and described in 1868 by Philippe Pouillet. He originally named it, oh my goodness, Hypoprion brever ostracis, but later renamed it Negaprion brevitrius. The lemon shark also appeared in literature as Negaprion fronoto and Carcharius. Fronto, Jordan, and Gilbert, 1882. Chararius Bedritus, 1870. And 1891, Henschel. Yes, yes. And Jacob, I'll say about Trump's attempted assassination, I think that, you know, God blessed him that he didn't get deleted. And also, yesterday I was reviewing the assassinations of not of Abraham Lincoln and JFK, but of Garfield and McKinley, and they were both assassinated by socialist anarchists. This was before the Russian Revolution. This is in the early 1900s and 1800s, and there were known utopian societies at that time. So this is nothing new. What we're facing, it's nothing new under the sun. Manus says, DJ, that sounds great. I haven't made meatloaf myself. My mom would make it all the time growing up. It's one of her favorites. I have to go shopping tomorrow and was thinking of maybe getting ingredients for burgers. The shark's yellow coloring serves as an excellent camouflage when swimming over the sandy sea floor in the coastal habitat. The lemon shark commonly attains a length of 2.4 to 3.1 meters and weight up to 90 kilograms, 200 pounds, by adulthood, although sexual maturity is attained at 2.24 meters, 7.3 feet in males, and 2.4 meters, 7.9 feet in females. Respectively, it has a flattened head with a short, broad snout and the second dorsal fin and almost as large as the first, like cartilaginous fish. Lemon sharks have electroceptors concentrated in their heads, known as the ampullae of Lorenzini. These receptors detect electrical pulses emanated by potential prey and allow these nocturnal feeders to sense their prey in the dark. Note that lemon sharks are often confused with bull sharks. Lemon sharks have quite similarly sized first and second dorsal fins, whereas those of bulk sharks are differently sized. They're off the coast of Africa and the Caribbean and other parts of the U.S. hemisphere and the other hemisphere in South America. All right, this is the shark teeth. Very gnarly looking. Wow. Lemon sharks are found from New Jersey to southern Brazil in the tropical western Atlantic Ocean. They also live off the coast of West Africa and southeastern Atlantic. In addition, lemon sharks have been found in eastern Pacific from southern Baja California to Ecuador in the Cape of Verde in Sal Island. This species of shark often occupies the subtropical shallow waters of coral reefs, mangroves, and enclosed bays and river mouths. However, lemon sharks have also been in the open ocean down to the depths of 92 meters, 301 feet. Although lemon sharks do swim up rivers, they never seem to travel very far into fresh water. They are found open water primarily during migrations and tend to stay along continental and insular shelves for most of their lives. Lemon sharks, now that's a sour character. Latina says, Amanda Thomas, thank you. Ditto. Y'all are hilarious. Information about activity patterns and the use of space is important in understanding a species. Behavioral ecology. Animals often make decisions about habitat, use of evaluating their environmental abiotic conditions that serve as valuable indicators of good foraging sites and predator safe locations. Lemon sharks select habits in warm and shallow water with a rocky or sandy bottom. The environmental temperature influences an individual's body temperature, which ultimately affects physiological processes such as growth, metabolism. Lemon sharks therefore select warm water habitats to mainly optimal metabolic levels. They are believed to avoid areas with thick sea grasses because they make finding prey more difficult. Lemon sharks tend to live in or near shallow water mangroves, in which are often the nursery areas of several species of fish. The data gathered about the characteristics of shark nursery areas is mostly based on coastal species. This is due to their occurrence in bays, estuarities, river deltas, and shallow coastal waters. One theory is that the lemon sharks select mangrove habitats due to their abundance of prey that resides there, while another theory posts that mangroves provide a safe haven from adult lemon sharks that occasionally feed on juvenile sharks and are unable to enter the shallow waters. On a genetic niche shifts or changes in an animal's niche, breatheth or position to deeper waters are known to occur, and the habitat section clearly depends on the variety of biological and environmental variables. The mangrove areas that lemon sharks inhabit are often referred to as their nursery sites. A nursery site is best defined as the most common area sharks are encountered. The location sharks tend to remain at after birth are frequently returned to, and the habitat used by shark groups repeatedly for several years. The nursery ground concept has been known as studied as for at least a century. In addition, fossil evidence from 320 million years ago, 320 years ago, 320 million years ago suggests that the shallow coastal areas as pupping grounds is primitive. Lemon sharks have proven to be an ideal model species to challenge the belief that all sharks are asynchronous, opportunistic predators. Due to their tendency to use nursery areas for an extended period of time, lemon shark feeding behaviors are easily determined because their well defined home ranges are conducive to accurate calculations of both the amounts of types of prey and environments and diets of a lemon shark. Lemon sharks feed at night and are mainly piscivorous. However, they have been known to feed on crustaceans and benthic organisms. Trans-Pacific predation or cannibalism. Juvenile lemon sharks. Shout out to Jack Daniel's barbecue sauce. Yeah. Or juvenile lemon sharks are larger conspecifics. Has also been documented rather than feeding randomly. Lemon sharks display a high degree of preference for a certain species and size of prey when environmental conditions are favorable. They also tend to prefer prey when it is more abundant and available. Lemon sharks feed selectively on species that are slower and more easily to captured by using stalking techniques. For example, parrotfish and mahjars are common prey in the Bahamas because they use camouflage rather than an escape response and are vulnerable due to stationary foraging behavior. Lemon sharks feed on prey in that are intimate in size compared to other available prey. This tendency can be explained by the trade-off between the probable of capture and the profitability when it comes to prey size. The general trend and foraging behavior of lemon sharks conforms to the optimal foraging theory, which suggests a positive relationship between prey and selective ability. Yeah, this shark is very fascinating. 46 views. Wow. Shout out to all y'all. Rather than rolling on their side to rip off chunks of prey, lemon sharks approach their victim with speed only to break suddenly using their pectoral fins upon contact. The animal then jabs forward multiple times until it has a good grasp of its prey, and its jaw proceeds to shake its head from side to side until it tears off a chunk of the flesh. Feeding frenzy, or a large swarm of other sharks, then forms. The individual sense blood and bodily fluids released from prey. Sounds of struggling prey also attract groups of sharks, suggesting that they use sound detection. for predation. Group feeding behavior such as pack hunting, communal scavenging was observed in a study in which pieces of the stingery were found in stomachs of several lemon sharks individuals that were caught and examined. What is sour shark? Exactly, Latina. Right. Yeah, this is it right here. So the eyes look real yellow. Scared. Scared. DJ says, Mandy, if it gets hot enough, you can just get the burgers outside on a rock to cook. I call them Vegas burgers. Yeah, creepy eyed shark. Many species of sharks, include the lemon shark, are known to actively prefer to be social and live in groups or loose aggressions. A few benefits of the group living are enhanced communication, courtship, predatory behavior, and protection. Group living and a preference for a social interaction is thought to be important for the survival and success of juvenile lemon sharks. Group living, though, comes with its costs. A few include increased risk of disease, ease of parasite transmission, and competition for resources. Jacob says, "Hey to Latina." Vegas burgers. Lemon sharks are found in groups based in similar size passive sorting mechanisms, such as its ontogenetic habitat shift had been postulated to contribute to formation of groups organized based on size or sex. The one expectation is that behavior is the size sharks up to 1 year old is now preference for groups of unmatched size. One hypothesis for the finding is that it is beneficial for the small young lemon sharks to associate with larger individuals because they have an easier time gathering information about habitat regarding elements such as predators and local prey. Lemon sharks groups form due to an active desire to be social rather than simple attraction to the same limited resources and mangrove habits. Oh, I got one. Oh, hold on. Many studies have related to the brain size with complex social behavior in mammals and birds. The brain of a lemon shark being comparable in relative mass to that of a minimal mammal or bird suggests they have the ability to learn from social interactions, cooperate with other individuals, and have potential to establish dominance and hierarchies in stable social bonds. That sounds delicious, Amanda. Reproduction. Lemon sharks congregate for reproduction at special mating grounds. Females give birth to their young in shallow nursery waters to which they are philophractic. Lemon shark young are known as pups, and they tend to remain in the nursery area for several years before venturing into deeper waters. Lemon sharks are viviparous, meaning that their mother directly transfers nutrients to her young via yolk sac placenta, and young are born alive. Fertilization is internal, and occurs after a male lemon shark holds a female bite, bites her neck and inserts his clasper into her caloca. Female lemon sharks are polyandrous, and sperm competition occurs due to their ability to store sperm in oviducal gland for several months. Several studies suggested that polydry in female lemon sharks has adapted to the convenience rather than the indirect genetic benefits of offspring. This type of polyandry is termed as convenience polyandry because females are believed to mate multiple times to avoid harassment by males. Females have a biennial reproductive cycle requiring year for gastration and another year for oogenesis. Lemon sharks reach sexual maturity around 12-16 years of age and have fecundity. Males tend to mature earlier in females. The maximum number of pups recorded a litter is 18. They have oogenesis, vetanogenesis, and parthention. You have to have protection with the burgers. Oh, DJ, I was growing something that grows in winter, and it did the same thing. So get some flowers seeds that are good at growing in the summer and that can handle the heat better. Those flower seeds probably do better in the cold and cooler weather. But yeah, I understand. I've witnessed that before too. This species of shark is best known in its behavior and ecology mainly due to the work of Samuel Guber, University of Miami, who studied the lemon shark both in the field and laboratory from 1967 to the population around Beamy Island in the western Bahamas, where Guber's Bimby Biological Field Station is sustained, is probably the best known of all shark populations. The lemon shark is targeted by commercial and recreational fishers along the U.S. Atlantic Ocean, Caribbean, and Eastern Pacific Ocean due to its prized meat, fins, and skin. Lemon shark skin may be used for leather, and its meat can be consumed. It's believed to be a delicacy in many cultures. Concern exists that overfishing has led to lemon shark populations in the western North Atlantic and Eastern Pacific to decline. Latina says, DJ, you have to put the seeds in a more shady place where it won't get too much sun. Everything sun is the hottest, best to put morning and early afternoon spot. Yeah, shout out to the spaceship cats, the lemon shark. That's scary right there. Oh. Latina, look how crazy this guy looks. He assassinated President Garfield, and he was part of a utopian society. And he was into socialism. It was like so they have these things called these utopian societies, and basically it's like communism and socialism. It's based off of that stuff, and also what he did, he got out of there, and then he went and wrote this speech for Grant, but Grant didn't win. So then he had to do it for Garfield, and they wouldn't let him in the cabinet, and they wouldn't let him be a consultant to the French government. So basically, what they did was they went and he deleted the president at that time. The guy was nuts. And this was before the Russian Revolution. And the president at this time passed away because they had their hands that they were using to get the stuff out of him, and they didn't even look for the right area to get the bullets out. Right. So that is some pretty crazy stuff. And also with McKinley, that president, he was deleted by another socialistic person before the Russian Revolution. So I think that's pretty wild that you have a lot of the similar things that are going on now that were going on before. This is Odin in his hall. It's a Norse god. Yes, absolutely. This is an apple tree in Germany. Latina says, I'm going to assume you did not see my comment. I didn't. I made that I like the time you discussed on your live the possibility that Lincoln's red rummer got away and premeditated away. All right. Well, thank you for commenting that, Latina. And yes, I concur. I'm glad that you enjoyed that time I discussed that. All right. Thank you. And yes, so this is an oak tree in Denmark. And it's similar concept to pulling the sword from the stone, pulling the sword from the tree. Yeah, this is them going to pull the sword from the tree. These are replicas of the sword from the stone. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but Latina, I hope that your day has been going well. Everything's been going well with you. Look up the round table. Yeah, that's the round table. Really cool. I like these depictions. I like the different stuff that they wear. It's pretty cool. The round table is a good idea. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go over here. Okay. Yeah, so basically, I think that the stuff is really interesting about the King Arthur stuff, and I'm going to continue doing that in the different streams that I do. And also, I had a good time talking about the. No, that was pretty much what I talked about this time. Different things had to do with King Arthur, and then we talked about the sharks and stuff. And we played the game. That was pretty cool. And I do like the audience. We had a good audience tonight. And also, I think what I'm going to do is Latina says, "Dang, my old laptop, my old Ars iPad works better than this piece of Lenovo laptop. I do not recommend that brand. Please avoid all costs." Yeah, I would think the iPad would work much better. That's a better system. I like using those devices only, actually, from that certain company with a fruit on it. They make really good computers too. And also, as I was saying, so basically, it shot the Latina in her laptop situation. It gets resolved. And also, it's good to see that I think that Trump did a good job with his RNC meeting, where his speech he gave and what happened to him. That no weapon formed against the righteous will prosper, and I think that over time these enemies, they did all kinds of stuff to him, but nothing worked. He's still there, and hopefully there's more unity in the country, and basically the plans of the enemies have been foiled over and over again. And I like the way the channel's going. It's going in a good direction. I like that. And also, I think that's very interesting how people are waking up about what's going on. And I think that's really good. Yeah, Jacob, yes. And that's why I'm glad that the dollar is getting stronger. Everything's going in a better direction for the country. And it's all good. And as I said, depending how the weather and stuff goes, we'll do continued streams. And I enjoy these, although I'll do other times. I enjoy these late night streams and this group. I really appreciate y'all very much. And hopefully, DJ, everything with your garden gets better. And I'm going to be ending it, everybody. I completed what I had to do. It was a very eclectic stream. So, I appreciate all of you, and we'll be, wrapping it up. Yeah, and today there's some kind of tedious things going on, but it was a good day, and I appreciate everybody that, I saw different people at different streams earlier, and that went well, and I helped family out with some things. So all that went pretty good. And also, y'all have a great weekend. Do you have anything left to say? Wrap up? Wrap up. That's funny. Wrap up. Yeah. All right, everybody. Have a great weekend, and peace.